Have you heard the news? North Dakota Medicaid may need to contact members about their coverage and steps to keep it. Make sure North Dakota Medicaid has your correct contact information so they can reach out about your coverage. If you get a letter that includes a renewal form, complete and return it to a Human Service Zone office right away. Learn more at hhs.nd.gov/staycoverednd.
Highs around 70. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Showers likely and a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then a chance of showers after midnight. Lows in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 60%. Sunday, mostly sunny with a 40% chance of showers. Highs in the mid-70s. Sunday night, partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers in the evening, then mostly clear after midnight. Lows in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 20%. Monday, sunny. A slight chance of showers in the afternoon. Highs around 80. Chance of rain 20%. Here are the recreation area forecasts for western Lake Sakonkohia. Tonight, northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Scattered thunderstorms through the night. Scattered showers late in the evening. Mostly cloudy. Lows in the mid-50s. Wednesday, northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Partly sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. For eastern Lake Sakonkohia, tonight, northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Scattered thunderstorms through the night. Numerous showers in the late evening and early morning. Mostly cloudy. Lows in the upper 50s. Wednesday, north winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. And slight chance of thunderstorms through the day. Partly sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. For northern Lake Oahe, tonight, south winds 10 to 15 miles per hour shifting to the northwest early in the morning. Showers in the evening. Numerous thunderstorms through the night. Mostly cloudy. Lows in the lower 60s. Wednesday, north winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of thunderstorms in the morning. Chance of thunderstorms late in the afternoon. Mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 70s. Here are the weather conditions at 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Bismarck, mostly sunny.
Hey everybody, how's everybody doing? Hope this sounds okay. Test 1, 2. We're kind of getting going just a little bit early. I'll add something to this. Just because I wanted to make sure everything was up and running. Hope everybody's doing all right today. Let me know if the sound is all right. That's always a challenge with me a little bit. I do have a fan running in the background, just because it gets so darn hot in this room. Unfortunately, I picked like the hottest room in our house to do this. So hopefully you don't hear the little fan in the background. Good. Glad you can hear me. 1 second, I want to change something up here, or add something, I should say. Looks like the Storms Prediction Center has put out a little mesoscale discussion, so we'll take a look at that here in a bit. There we go. Got the radar up. So let's see what they've got here. I've got too many things going on. Notifications. It's a warm one out there, man. Have we haven't checked the latest temperatures if we've hit 100 degrees here in Grand Forks. It was getting there. It was climbing. It was climbing quickly. But we were darn close. We were sitting at least 99 there for a bit. And I think I read, was it 96 was our 96 was our record. Warm and muggy for sure. So here we go. I don't know if you can read that at all, but basically convective inhibition is underway ahead of approaching surface cold front. This is by the Storms Prediction Center. I'll just kind of scroll down here. It is underway ahead of approaching cold front, gradually increasing upper level divergence associated with the approaching mid-level trough, mostly clear skies. Ahead of the cold front is allowed for ample destabilization. Surface temperatures have warmed well over 90, 60-degree dew points, yielding over 3,000 joules per kilogram in Cape. Mid-level flows roughly parallel with the surface cold front, with a stronger speed shear lagging the front to the west. Nonetheless, ample buoyancy and modest deep layer shear attempting to precede the cold front will support the development of several multi-cell clusters. Short line segments, and perhaps a transient supercell, all of which will be capable of producing severe hail and winds. Given the number of storms expected ahead of the surface cold front, a weather watch issuance will be likely. It looks like it's 80% that we're going to be looking at probably a severe thunderstorm watch being issued in through here. So that'll be fun. We're going to be watching out for that. Satellite-wise, just a little cell just south up here, perhaps, popping up. Now we've got these couple things just north of Murdu. Of course, like he said, like that little discussion said, that's going to be moving. These storms are going to be moving northward pretty quickly, just because that front is situated in a way. In through here, and that's basically the flow. That's the way the upper level flow is as well. Everything is expected to basically move from south to north along that cold front that's stretching in through here. So these storms are going to kind of run over each other, run over the same area over and over again. You can kind of see how things line up on satellite, how these storms are basically moving from south, or not these storms. There's not really much for storms out there yet, but how these clouds are moving from south to north along that surface front, kind of along that Missouri River Valley region across the central Dakotas. So many of these storms are going to be running right over the same areas over and over again. So we're going to be talking about the potential for some heavy rains. Some of you may be getting more rain than perhaps you want. I know a lot of you need rain. But this might not be the type of rain you guys exactly are hoping for, just because you don't need 5 inches, you need a slow 3 inches. Good, I'm glad you don't hear the fan. That is wonderful. Because I definitely need the fan up, or I am not going to survive this. That's for sure. So I do have, I kind of gave Scott a little bit of heads up that I do have to leave closer to, Scott will say 4:35, 4:40-ish. And then I'll try to limit the amount of time that I'm going to be gone within that period, within that time frame. So here we're going to take a look at the latest HRRR and basically what that is indicating here. We're coming up on 4 o'clock. And this is kind of what this particular model is showing. We're looking at some storms, perhaps first firing down into southern parts and central parts of South Dakota. Like we said, we're already starting to see a couple cells pop up there already. And then as we get a little bit deeper into the afternoon and evening hours, things really begin to explode by the time we get to 5, 6, and 7 o'clock. Things just really ramp up quickly. And with some of these storms, we're going to be looking at large hail, some strong damaging winds. They've been talking about 70 mile per hour winds and perhaps a golf ball sized hail. And we can't rule out the possibility, at least, of an isolated tornado or two, especially for how quick these types of storms just really build up now. And I think it's going to have to be before this line really congeals, because once that line kind of comes together, it's going to be interacting upon itself. So it's going to be hard to get that consistent inflow to allow that low level rotation to take place. So that's why when I've been talking about this early on and some of the graphics or some of the things I've been talking about, I said, if we're going to be worried about tornadic activity, really it's going to have to be or not have to be, but I think the main time frame is going to be when those storms first fire off and get going, because those explosive updrafts can quickly start to rotate some of those storms and put down an isolated tornado. Now, not to say as once these things have grown that we can't see anything like that later on. I just think the best chance is in the early part of the development. Now, as we get a little bit later, I don't know why my voice is so scratchy today. But as we get a little bit later into the evening and nighttime hours, we're going to be watching these storms kind of come out of Montana and Wyoming and move northeastward and across western portions of the Dakotas. So we got kind of a two-pronged attack. We've got this cold front that's going to be setting off some very explosive thunderstorms once the cap kind of lets go and things blow up. And then we're going to be watching these storms come out of the south and west and move to the northeast. And again, we're going to be looking at the potential for those. And if those are going to be able to at least maintain some sort of discreteness in it, and it's not really involved or enveloped within that line, those storms probably, as we get to later into the night, have the best chance for seeing that large hail and the damaging winds as we get a little bit deeper into the night. So that's kind of what we're looking for, and then we've got the big stuff, that long line that's going to fire up early, and then we're going to be watching a little bit later for these storms to come out of the west and move through the Dakotas a little bit later into the night. And then the severity, once we probably get past midnight, 1 o'clock, will diminish. We're just going to have some general thunderstorms beyond that. And then I think we kind of reload a little bit. I think we still have the potential for seeing some severe storms Wednesday. It's just a matter of where. I mean, these models haven't really been all that great at trying to figure out what happens as we go into Wednesday. It's starting to look like a little bit we might have a boundary left over, or I should say that frontal boundary kind of stalling out, not moving very far or very quickly to the east. So we might have a few thunderstorms that develop in the Red River Valley going into Wednesday afternoon. And again, we're looking at probably some storms pulling out of the southwest and entering into southwestern parts of South Dakota as we get into the afternoon and evening hours as well. I think those have probably got a decent chance of being severe as we get into the evening hours. And then, again, once we get to 10, 11 o'clock at night and beyond, most of those storms will probably be just more on the stronger side of things as we get into more Thursday morning. So that's basically what we're looking at. Now, again, the main threat really ultimately is going to be the hail and the damaging winds. We're just going to keep an eye on the possibility of maybe just an isolated tornado. Going to guess we're going to have people out there giving us all kinds of reports. So I've got some live feeds up, and that'll be keeping an eye on. Hopefully somebody's out there to give me a report. If you know of anybody, or if you're out there, please go ahead and tag me on Twitter, as well as the National Weather Service. Do not forget them. That's even more important. Make sure you tag your weather service if you're seeing something out there. We'll rearrange the chat. How are we going to rearrange the chat? I should probably pull this up. So that's basically what we've got going. If anybody's watching out there, make sure you share this webpage or this YouTube channel, I should say. If anybody's got concerns or questions, please feel free to ask. I'll try to monitor the chat as best as I can. But otherwise, make sure you can help get this information out there, let other people know, so that if they are looking for severe weather coverage across the Dakotas here this afternoon and evening, I will be out there monitoring it. Unfortunately, like I said, I do have a little window where I do have to walk away for a bit and go take care of something else. Hopefully nothing happens within that time. It looks like, from what some of these models have been showing, it should wait until just a little bit later. Hopefully it does. Hopefully it waits until I can get back into the seat, but we'll see. Here's another look at a different model run. Basically the same thing. Some pretty big storms firing up across South Dakota, North Dakota, along that frontal boundary. We're going to be watching these storms pull out of the southwest, out of the high plains and into the Dakotas as we get a little bit deeper into the nighttime, and then watch them fizzle out as we basically cross that midnight 1 a.m. time frame. We're not looking bad for Minneapolis. It's just, or for Minnesota, really. We're just looking at Minnesota, or North Dakota, South Dakota is our concerns here this evening. This is what the Weather Service or the Storms Prediction Center has for tomorrow. Just right now, just a marginal risk, basically from northwestern parts of North Dakota, or excuse me, Minnesota, down to the southwestern parts of South Dakota, and then just a slight risk reaching that far southwest. Now, depending on how things develop overnight, how things look, there might be a slight risk added. Just depends on how confident they are and just really how things continue to progress overnight and set up into the early parts of tomorrow morning. So we'll see what they do with that. But notice nothing expected down in the central and eastern parts of Minnesota. Just continue to expect it to be dry down there for tomorrow. Day 3, that thunderstorm area expands just a little bit, but again, that uncertainty grows a little more as we get into Thursday. Not really sure where exactly we're going to be seeing those chances of severe storms. Then, to me, I think the interesting date, or the interesting day, potentially anyway, is looking like Saturday, as we do have kind of a frontal boundary that sits up in through here. Our mid-level winds are just nosing in to that frontal boundary at that point. Notice we've got a nose of a jet kind of just starting to work its way in as we get into the later parts of Saturday afternoon. And then at the lower levels, the strong low-level winds really aren't that great. We have a little bit of a maximum a little bit further to the east, a southerly maximum, but I think it should be just enough anyway that I think we're going to be looking at the potential for seeing some strong to at least some severe storms kind of in this area in through here going into Saturday. That's going to be kind of the area we'll watch and see how things develop going into the afternoon and evening hours. So yeah, no love really until maybe more so Saturday night. And you can see how this model, the European model, really blows things up and pushes them eastward throughout the nighttime hours. As we look into Sunday, looks pretty messy. I think everything's going to be a little bit further south and east of our region. Looks like we got a chance of seeing some showers and storms, some scattered activity. Nothing severe at this point. The way it's looking for Sunday, it looks like the best chance might be more central and northern parts of Minnesota. And then that one moves on out, and that's about it for a couple days beyond that. I think the other thing to be watching is might be just some of these storms going into Friday. Basically coming out of Montana and Wyoming. That's probably going to be a main player here going through most of the week. As we see, again, some of these storms coming off of the higher terrain and into western parts of the Dakotas and basically continuing eastward through the overnight hours Friday night and into Saturday morning. So that'll be a common thread, a common theme as we go through the remainder of the week. So a few storms just starting to pop up northwest of Murdu, and you can see how quickly those move north. There's a couple of those kind of blew up a little bit and then diminished. They're having a tough time still maybe a little bit poking through and breaking through that cap. So we might get some storms that are pulsating or are trying to break loose and are just not quite able to do it. Meanwhile, we've got this one just maybe, like I said, just north and west of Murdu a little bit. Might have some hail in that. Yeah, still doesn't look great. Maybe some small hail, definitely some heavy rains associated with that. But that's about all. It's about all we're seeing at this point. So, in the meantime, not a whole lot going on. Like I said, let me know, chat, keep the chat going. Let me know where you're from. I know where a lot of you who have been chatting on there now are from. But if you're new here, if you haven't seen it before, make sure you say, give a little wave on the chat. Happy to have you. Oh, my scroll isn't updated. I've been waiting for a watch to come out. We'll change the verbiage a little bit. There we go. I would definitely settle for, yeah, like I said, I would love to have some rain. We need some rain here. There's a lot of people. Boy, that drought doesn't want to give it up this year. Hey, wake up.
Hi, everybody. Very good. See you guys.
Wow. Copyright. I don't like how this is looking, but it gives you an idea here. Look how South Dakota is getting into that severe drought mode down in the southeastern part of the state. Some moderate drought extending up a little bit further, and then just abnormally dry extending across a good portion of the state. Minnesota-wise, also saying severe drought in through east central part of the state. Let's see here. And we're looking at a moderate drought expanding a little bit more so beyond that and up along the North Shore. And then just abnormally dry across the northern 2/3 of Minnesota. Yeah, and if you take a look, if we kind of zoom on out, man, look at Nebraska, Kansas. They're really hurting. They're in the extreme to exceptional drought in some of these locations. We need some storms to run across. We need some. I had a poll up. I think it was about a week ago that asked, "What would you be okay with the getting severe storms? Do you want severe storms?" Most people said, "Yep, it's been boring. I want severe storms." One of the options was, "No, I'm a farmer. I don't want severe storms." Or one of the options was, "Heck yeah, if it means bringing some rain, bring it on." And it kind of was mostly split between it's been boring, I want severe weather, and if it means getting some rain, then bring it on. So that pretty much tells you how dry we are. Just because even the farmers, even just everybody is just looking for some sort of moisture. Hey, welcome, Fifth Wheel. Move back to southeast South Dakota from UP of Michigan. Hello, A.W. William. No problem. Glad to be on here. Glad to have you here. I don't think we're going to see any chasers up here the way it's looking. I'm not seeing anybody. Aaron J. Jack is up in Manitoba. That doesn't do me any good, but I'm glad to see him out and about. I know he was taking a bit of a hiatus there for a bit. Yep, we're looking at these storms kind of progressing, slowly pushing eastward through the week. Saturday's probably the best chance for seeing severe weather in the Minnesota area. As long as the winds stay down. Are you okay with the hail? Is that all right? All right. Well, looks like we got a watch out. Yep. We do. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There you go. Severe thunderstorm watch in effect for portions of northern Nebraska and into central South Dakota until 10 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, or 11 o'clock Central Time. Scattered large hail up to 2 inches in diameter, damaging winds to 70 miles per hour expected. Might have to change my Twitter feed. Hey, Elaine. Welcome. Glad having you on here. Elaine's been a member for quite a while. So glad to see you on here. Thank you, Elaine. Hello, welcome back, Scott. Yeah, these storms trying to fire. Of course, yeah, we've got a couple more just trying to fire just west of the Missouri. At this point, nothing severe warned. Oh, good, now I can change that. Yeah, just north of Candu. It looks like we've got some stuff up there. Just a couple of storms trying to get going. Candu, Eglin, Calvin. And then we've got the bigger stuff. More so into Manitoba, I'm guessing. That's probably where Aaron J. Jack is at. He's probably having fun up there. But yeah, just a couple cells. We're starting to see, some more activity. Like I said, north of Devil's Lake, we've got all that. Some of these storms trying to fire west of the Missouri River into the South Dakota side. You can kind of see those storms just starting to pop up down there. No, southeast South Dakota. Everything's going to be west of you, fifth wheel. And I'll recap it here in a bit. Like I said, I do have to split here in a bit. But yeah, here's Rapid City. We've got this one still continuing northwest of Murdu. Hail, it's trying, but it's not quite there yet. They're just not quite completely breaking through just yet. But it's the start. We're trying to get going here. Trust me, we're going to be seeing some nice, strong storms develop. Eventually, these will unzip everything, and just all of a sudden, you're going to see that line of storms just go zip and take off. but it looks like it's taking its time for now. Yeah, no problem. Glad to help out. It gets a little overlooked up here a lot of times. I know it's not always the most exciting weather to cover. Sometimes just but people still appreciate it. People still want to be informed. No matter how bad it is or where they live. So on days like today, it's feels good to kind of get back into the saddle a little bit. Even though we're not looking at anything, any type of major outbreak, but it's still something better than what we've seen in quite a while. Yeah, it's good. We're in the cesspool. We're in the cesspool of things right now. It just wants to make us bake and sit and stew into our own little filth. I don't know what that's about.
Thunderstorms through the night. Numerous showers in the late evening and early morning. Mostly cloudy. Lows in the upper 50s. Wednesday, north winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. And slight chance of thunderstorms through the day. Partly sunny.
Yeah, 100
Highs in the
degrees,
mid-70s.
triple digits in Grand
For
Forks.
northern Lake Illinois, tonight, south winds 10 to
Aberdeen
15
hit it
miles per
yesterday,
hour,
if I remember
shifting to the
seeing
northwest
right.
early in the morning.
Surprisingly,
Showers in the evening.
clear, not
Numerous
quite there
thunderstorms through the night.
today.
Mostly cloudy. Lows in the lower 60s. Wednesday, north
But,
winds 10 to 15
congratulations,
miles
Grand
per hour.
Forks. You are in
Chance
a
of
warm
thunderstorms
spot.
in the morning. Chance of
And then as we
thunderstorms
head
late in the
west of
afternoon.
the front,
Mostly
you can
cloudy.
see here the
Highs in
wind
the upper
changes
70s. Here are the
as
weather
we have
conditions
these
at 4
southerly
p.m. Central
winds
Daylight
out ahead of
Time.
the front. Behind
Bismarck,
we've got
partly
the
sunny.
northerly winds, and
Temperature
then we're
95
getting to
degrees.
77,
Relative
70,
humidity
72
39%.
degrees
Heat index
as we get
99.
further back to the north and
Wind
west. So
south at 17
quite a
miles
bit of
an
a
hour,
temperature
gusting to
change
24.
across the state. Dew
Pressure
points right now
29.73
looks
inches
like
and
70
falling.
degrees
Mandan,
in
mostly sunny.
Rugby.
90 degrees. Relative
Surprisingly,
humidity
it's
62%.
showing 59
Heat
in
index
Grand
100.
Forks, but still generally in the
west at
60s,
7 miles
some
an
mid
hour.
50s
Hazen,
poking in
partly
there.
sunny.
Right along the front,
86
everything is
degrees.
cooling up,
Relative humidity 58%. Heat index 90.
especially into North
Wind
Dakota.
north at
Here,
9
64
miles
in
an hour.
Mulbridge.
Harvey,
Phillips, 70
fair.
degree dew point.
93 degrees.
So nice and
Relative
muggy out there as
humidity
well,
43%.
obviously.
Heat index
And
97.
that's helped driving. That's
Wind
really
southwest at
that's what
13
we've got
miles an
going.
hour,
That's helped
gusting to 21.
these storms
Minot,
explode.
partly sunny.
And we've got, you can just
81
feel it out
degrees.
there with the heat
Relative
and
humidity
humidity.
62%.
We've got some strong
Wind
southerly
northwest
winds,
at
at least at
14
the
miles an
surface,
hour.
kind of
Dickinson,
pushing things
cloudy.
around. And then we've got this cold
76
front
degrees.
that's going to be
Relative
setting these
humidity
thunderstorms
66%.
off as we get
Wind
into
north
the
at 12
afternoon.
miles an hour. Elsewhere around North Dakota,
Wow,
it
you're
was
burnt.
82
You're definitely
at
burnt
Garrison.
down there.
It was sunny with a temperature of 98 at
Oh, it is.
Jamestown, 97
shoot.
at Fargo, and 90.
Thank you. Yeah, a couple of those storms trying to get going north of Candu. And the more impressive one just is this one here, still. Northwest of Merdue. East of Wall. Oh, Wall. Wall Drug. If you ever been to South Dakota on your way, particularly from the east along I-90, you'll see signs for miles and miles. At least you used to. I haven't been out there for a little while. You used to see signs for miles and miles. Wall drug, wall drug, wall drug. Make sure you stop at wall drug. And then you get there and it's not that special. Let's just say. At least I wasn't very impressed. I think the novelty more is it's just kind of like they push it so hard that the novelty itself is just the fact that you see billboards for miles and miles and miles. Once again, make sure you hit that like button up there. That helps get this page recognized by the YouTube gods. Helps kind of get it out there, make sure it gets the information out there. Share this page. Happy to have you here. Please get the information out to others who might be looking out for it. Let them know so that we can just help them along. You know, we're not here to scare anybody. We're here to make sure everybody's got the information they need. For the most part tonight, if you're in some kind of good shelter, you're not going to be affected too much by these storms tonight. But, if you're caught outside, if you're camping, if you're working, you're definitely going to want to be paying attention to this. You're going to want to have a bit of a plan, in case these storms do move into your area, because you're not, the last thing you're going to want, obviously, is you don't want to be caught outside as these storms approach. And then just the other thing to keep in mind, as we said before, these storms are basically just going to be moving right on top of each other. In fact, if I put this into motion, you can see how they're not moving. They're not moving west to east. They're moving south to north. And so some of you guys are going to get a lot of rain. Some of you guys might get too much rain. Hey, thank you, Sandra Davis. I appreciate the tip there. I do really, really do. Thank you very much. That kind of stuff means a lot to me. Thanks. So that'll be, on top of, we're talking about the threat of some severe weather with the hail and the wind. The other thing, like I said, we're going to have to just keep in the back of our mind as these storms continue on is just maybe the potential for some flooding in some areas. Especially as we get a little bit later into the night. UCamp 24/7, 365. That's fifth wheel living, man. That's fifth wheel living. You are true to your name. So yeah, you definitely want to know what's going on. But down in the southeastern part of the state, you're going to be just fine. What do I got? Let's see, Minot. Check back in there. North of Candu. Yeah, that one's been growing here a fair amount. Yeah. Yeah. We might have a little bit of a hailer up there, north of Egeland. Well, you can see how quickly actually that popped up. It was within just a couple of those. Let's see, what time is this here? We go from 21:04. So we go from 4:04 So in less than 20 minutes, that thing is blowing up quite a bit. I'll give you a rundown on everything here before. Like I said, I do have to just split for. I'm going to try and I'm hoping for only half hour, might be 45 minutes. I'll try to keep it down as much as I can, keep that time down. But I'll give you a rundown here shortly in about 4 or 5 minutes of what the forecast is looking like before I do leave. These buggers, these guys down in South Dakota, they're having a hard time taking off here. Come on, we want the rain. We need the rain. And we need this to kind of take off at least a little bit. Look at these CAPE values. I've talked about, I mean, in the world of weather, we talk about CAPE values. And I'm going to do some on the fly editing here. But we're at 5,000 joules per kilogram up around the Bismarck area. So CAPE values, the higher those numbers are, the more it's like having more gunpowder in a keg. So if you stack that thing full of gunpowder and you light a match, that thing's going to blow up, right? And the more you put in there, the more explosive it's going to be. That essentially what is the best way I can describe CAPE values. And so this is the amount of energy that is now ready to go, ready to fire. But it needs to break through. It needs to break through what we call a cap. So once it does, these storms are just going to blow up explosively. And so what happens within that time is going to be very critical. And in fact that in the matter of are they just going to be large rain makers and flood makers? Will they be discrete enough for a short enough amount of time that we're going to be dealing with hail and the damaging winds and maybe even the possibility of a tornado or two? So that's the thing. If this thing unzips quickly, it might turn out to be more of a wind and a downpour and just a type of event. Sometimes these things get so entrained within themselves that it doesn't allow for the hail to develop. All it does is just take all that moisture, all that energy, and just dump it in one place in the form of rain. So we got our first warning. Not showing up here on this just yet, but Scott's got it up. Thank you. Moving northeast at 25. Oh, that's a... Oh, that's just... that's not a severe, but that is a special weather statement. That's why it's not showing up. Okay, and as far as the actual forecast goes, we'll take a look at the latest. take a look at some of the latest convective models here. So here's what we're looking at. We've got these storms that are firing basically now across or along that frontal boundary, west of the Missouri River, up in that Eglin-Candu area. And as we go through the afternoon and evening hours, we're going to be looking at these storms continuing to fire along that front and back down to the south and west. And as they do so, we're going to be looking at the potential for some damaging winds, some large hail. So we're looking at the possibility, at least, of golf ball size hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. And there's the potential, at least, especially in the early parts of this, of maybe seeing an isolated tornado or two. This isn't the best setup for a tornadic activity, but given the explosiveness of this type of these storms along that frontal boundary, sometimes they can basically they create their own inflow. They're sucking in so much energy that it actually creates their own rotation within the atmosphere. And so as these things get going, there's the possibility that there might be enough inflow, enough ingestion of air into this system, into these storms, that causes some rotation briefly. And so that's where we're just thinking there's that slight chance of where we might see an isolated tornado. But the main threats are going to be the hail and the winds associated with it. And then as we get a little bit later into the night, those storms will kind of continue on as they basically ride over each other in the same area. These storms are going to be going from south to north. And notice this line doesn't really move a whole lot. So we're going to be looking at the possibility of some flooding occurring if it continues to move in a manner that it looks like it's going to. So some of you are going to get some much needed rain, and some of you might actually get too much out of this by the time it's all said and done. And then the other area we're going to watch out for is out of Montana and Wyoming. We've got some storms that are going to be coming through later in the night, more so after 9, 10 o'clock by the time they start to move into the western parts of the Dakotas. And again, we're looking at large hail and some strong winds associated with that. I think once we get probably closer to midnight, most of these storms that fire up along the front will have more diminished into just general thunderstorms. I think these storms that are poking in later on, they could persist a little bit longer, maybe 1, 2 a.m. Before they are no longer severe. And then after that, that's really about it. We just have some general scattered thunderstorms throughout the remainder of the night. Now, as for tomorrow, it's going to be kind of hard to determine where exactly some of these storms could redevelop. I think we've got a chance here in the Red River Valley region. And then I think the other area, again, to watch is going to be down in the southwest of us. And then basically moving into the region as we get into the evening hours tomorrow night. You can see, again, those storms just poking down in the southwestern parts of South Dakota, where they're going to be looking at maybe some hail and some winds with that. As we go into Wednesday night and into early Thursday morning. Now, beyond that, it gets a little more fuzzy, again, as to what exactly is going to happen. These models are just not handling things exactly right or real great. It gets kind of messy as we get into Thursday. We're looking at that frontal boundary, not really making it too far. I don't know why I keep picking red here, but it keeps showing up as red. And so basically anywhere along that front, we've got the possibility at least of maybe seeing some scattered activity, some scattered thunderstorms going into Thursday evening once again. We'll probably see this continuation of some storms down to the south and west and moving into South Dakota. That's going to be kind of a main theme as we go into Wednesday, Thursday, and even into Friday as well. We're going to be looking at those storms moving out of the southwest and into South Dakota. Again, they're looking like they're going to be severe with the damaging winds, most likely, and then with some hail as well. So here you can see it once again how as we get into Friday night, those storms moved out of the southwest and into South Dakota again. So that's kind of how things are shaking out. That's probably the best chance beyond today is that southwestern part of South Dakota, and then just some sporadic areas further to the north and east that we're going to have to kind of flush out as we get closer to that time period. Now, the other day that I'm watching is going to be Saturday. It looks like we've got a decent setup. We've got a warm front kind of floating in across portions of South Dakota, southern parts of Minnesota. We've got some decent winds associated with it. So somewhere within here, we're probably looking at the potential of some severe weather again. Hail, winds, maybe some tornadic activity. We'll kind of narrow that down as we get a little bit closer. But Saturday, Minnesota, that's looking like your best chance for any type of severe weather. And then beyond that, as we get into Sunday, it's more just kind of scattered showers and storms, nothing severe, but nothing as far as it's not like we're looking for a big rainfall amount out of anything on Sunday. We'll take a look at the some of the forecasts here, basically out of the Weather Service. And this is what they're looking at for the potential for rainfall accumulation, or just kind of an estimation through Wednesday. So you can see where we've got the greatest amounts from Devil's Lake down into that Bismarck, Sterling, Steele, Linton, Strasburg, Mobridge area, and then back down to like Chamberlain, Pierre, and back down to the southwestern parts of South Dakota. Kind of the best chance for seeing some rain over the next day or two. All right, in our one cell, our nice little cell up here, not severe warned at this point, the way it's looking. But still, might just be, yeah, it's just kind of borderline. You're definitely seeing some hail in there. And some gusty winds along with it. They're saying penny-sized hail still. .40-mile-per-hour winds and 3/4-inch hail, essentially. There is a concern for heavy rainfall and flash flooding across parts of North Dakota. I just saw a mesoscale discussion about that. And we flip over to the Rapid City. Yeah, and still nothing there. Just some storms, general storms. Heavy rains associated with a lot of these storms. So, all right, let's see, 40, 55. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take off here. I'm gonna push it over to kind of a summary page and have Scott monitor and have it on the chat. I'll have the Bismarck NOAA Weather Radio up. And then I'll try to be back here as quick as I can. Thankfully, there is no severe thunderstorm warning out at this point. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll keep an eye on things as we get a little bit later into the night. All right, I'm going to put this over here. Hopefully, I'll probably do some adjusting. You'll see the screens move a little bit around, and then I'll be back after a bit.
Garrison. It was sunny with a temperature of 98 at Jamestown, 97 at Fargo, and 96 at Devil's Lake. At Grand Forks, it was mostly sunny with a temperature of 100. At Williston, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 77. In northern South Dakota, it was mostly sunny. It was 95 at Mobridge and 96 at Aberdeen. In eastern Montana, skies ranged from partly sunny to cloudy. It was 68 at Miles City, 71 at Glendive, and 76 at Sydney. Once again, at Bismarck, the temperature was 95 degrees under partly sunny skies. The regional weather forecast from your National Weather Service office in Bismarck. Expect cooler temperatures across the west today with highs in the 70s across eastern Montana and the far western Dakotas. Further east, highs the 80s and 90s will once again be found. Another round of strong to severe thunderstorms are possible across southeastern Montana and the Dakotas late this afternoon and tonight. More widespread precipitation chances are then possible the rest of the week and into the weekend, with strong to severe thunderstorms possible at times. Temperatures cool across much of region Wednesday, although remain elevated across eastern portions. Here is the forecast for the Bismarck Mend and listening area. Rest of today, partly sunny with scattered showers and thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Highs in the lower 90s. Temperature falling in the upper 80s late. Southwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Chance of rain 30%. Tonight, showers and thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. South winds 5 to 10 miles per hour with gusts up to 20 miles per hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Wednesday, mostly cloudy in the morning, then partly sunny with showers likely and a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Not as warm. Highs in the upper 70s. North winds around 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain 60%. Wednesday night, showers likely and a chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the upper 50s. North winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 70%. Thursday, partly sunny with a chance of showers. A chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a slight chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 70s. North winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 40%. Thursday night, mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 40%. Friday, showers likely. A slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 70s. Chance of rain 70%. Friday night, showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the upper 50s. Saturday, showers likely and a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then showers and a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs around 70. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Showers likely and a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then a chance of showers after midnight. Lows in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 60%. Sunday, mostly sunny with a 40% chance of showers. Highs in the mid-70s. Sunday night, partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers in the evening, then mostly clear after midnight. Lows in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 20%. Monday, sunny. A slight chance of showers in the afternoon. Highs around 80. Chance of rain 20%. Here are the recreation area forecasts for western Lake Sakonkohia tonight. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Scattered thunderstorms through the night. Scattered showers late in the evening. Mostly cloudy. Lows in the mid-50s. Wednesday, northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Partly sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. For eastern Lake Sakonkohia, tonight, northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Scattered thunderstorms through the night. Numerous showers in the late evening and early morning. Mostly cloudy. Lows in the upper 50s. Wednesday, north winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. And slight chance of thunderstorms through the day. Partly sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. For northern Lake Orohi, tonight, south winds 10 to 15 miles per hour shifting to the northwest early in the morning. Showers in the evening. Numerous thunderstorms through the night. Mostly cloudy. Lows in the lower 60s. Wednesday, north winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of thunderstorms in the morning. Chance of thunderstorms late in the afternoon. Mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 70s. Here are the weather conditions at 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Bismarck, partly sunny. Temperature 95 degrees. Relative humidity 39%. Heat index 99. Wind south at 17 miles an hour, gusting to 24. Pressure 29.73 inches and falling. Mandan, mostly sunny. 90 degrees. Relative humidity 62%. Heat index 100. Wind west at 7 miles an hour. Hazen, partly sunny. 86 degrees. Relative humidity 58%. Heat index 90. Wind north at 9 miles an hour. Harvey, fair. 93 degrees. Relative humidity 43%. Heat index 97. Wind southwest at 13 miles an hour, gusting to 21. Minot, partly sunny. 81 degrees. Relative humidity 62%. Wind northwest at 14 miles an hour. Dickinson, cloudy. 76 degrees. Relative humidity 66%. Wind north at 12 miles an hour. Elsewhere around North Dakota, it was 82 at Garrison. It was sunny, with a temperature of 98 at Jamestown, 97 at Fargo, and 96 at Devil's Lake. At Grand Forks, it was mostly sunny, with a temperature of 100. At Williston, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 77. In northern South Dakota, it was mostly sunny. It was 95 at Mobridge, and 96 at Aberdeen. In eastern Montana, skies ranged from partly sunny to cloudy. It was 68 at Miles City, 71 at Glendive, and 76 at Sydney. Once again, at Bismarck, the temperature was 95 degrees under partly sunny skies. The regional weather forecast from your National Weather Service office in Bismarck. Expect cooler temperatures across the west today with highs in the 70s across eastern Montana and the far western Dakotas. Further east, highs the 80s and 90s will once again be found. Another round of strong to severe thunderstorms are possible across southeastern Montana and the Dakotas late this afternoon and tonight. More widespread precipitation chances are then possible the rest of the week and into the weekend, with strong to severe thunderstorms possible at times. Temperatures cool across much of region Wednesday, although remain elevated across eastern portions. Here is the forecast for the Bismarck-Mandan listening area. Rest of today, partly sunny with scattered showers and thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Highs in the lower 90s. Temperature falling in the upper 80s late. Southwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Chance of rain 30%. Tonight, showers and thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. South winds 5 to 10 miles per hour with gusts up to 20 miles per hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Wednesday, mostly cloudy in the morning, then partly sunny with showers likely and a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Not as warm. Highs in the upper 70s. North winds around 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain 60%. Wednesday night, showers likely and a chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the upper 50s. North winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 70%. Thursday, partly sunny with a chance of showers. A chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a slight chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 70s. North winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 40%. Thursday night, mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 40%. Friday, showers likely. A slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 70s. Chance of rain 70%. Friday night, showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the upper 50s. Saturday, showers likely and a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then showers and a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs around 70. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Showers likely and a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then a chance of showers after midnight. Lows in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 60%. Sunday, mostly sunny with a 40% chance of showers. Highs in the mid-70s. Sunday night, partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers in the evening, then mostly clear after midnight. Lows in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 20. severe thunderstorm watch for the following counties in North Dakota: Burley, Emmons, Grant, Kidder, McLean, Mercer, Morton, Oliver, Sheridan, Sioux, and Wells. The National Weather Service has issued severe thunderstorm watch number 345, effective until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time or 10 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. This watch includes the following counties in North Dakota: Burley, Emmons, Grant, Kidder, McLean, Mercer, Morton, Oliver, Sheridan, Sioux, and Wells. Remember, a severe thunderstorm watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including large hail and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. Here is the forecast for the Bismarck-Minden listening area. Rest of today, partly sunny with scattered showers and thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Highs in the lower 90s. Temperature falling in the upper 80s late. Southwest winds 15 to 25 miles per hour. Chance of rain 30%. Tonight, showers and thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. South winds 5 to 10 miles per hour with gusts up to 20 miles per hour, becoming northwest after midnight. Wednesday, mostly cloudy in the morning, then partly sunny with showers likely and a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Not as warm. Highs in the upper 70s. North winds around 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain 60%. Wednesday night, showers likely and a chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the upper 50s. North winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 70%. Thursday, partly sunny with a chance of showers. A chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a slight chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 70s. North winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 40%. Thursday night, mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 40%. Friday, showers likely. A slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 70s. Chance of rain 70%. Friday night, showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the upper 50s. Saturday, showers likely and a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then showers and a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs around 70. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Showers likely and a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then a chance of showers after midnight. Lows in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 60%. Sunday, mostly sunny with a 40% chance of showers. Highs in the mid-70s. Sunday night, partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers in the evening, then mostly clear after midnight. Lows in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 20%. Monday, sunny. A slight chance of showers in the afternoon. Highs around 80. Chance of rain 20%. Here are the recreation area forecasts for western Lake Sakonkohia tonight. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Scattered thunderstorms through the night. Scattered showers late in the evening. Mostly cloudy. Lows in the mid-50s. Wednesday, northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Partly sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. For eastern Lake Sakonkohia, tonight, northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Scattered thunderstorms through the night. Numerous showers in the late evening and early morning. Mostly cloudy. Lows in the upper 50s. Wednesday, north winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. And slight chance of thunderstorms through the day. Partly sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. For northern Lake Orahi, tonight, south winds 10 to 15 miles per hour shifting to the northwest early in the morning. Showers in the evening. Numerous thunderstorms through the night. Mostly cloudy. Lows in the lower 60s. Wednesday, north winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of thunderstorms in the morning. Chance of thunderstorms late in the afternoon. Mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 70s. Here are the weather conditions at 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Bismarck, partly sunny. Temperature 95 degrees. Relative humidity 39%. Heat index 99. Wind south at 17 miles an hour, gusting to 24. Pressure 29.73 inches and falling. Mandan, mostly sunny. 90 degrees. Relative humidity 62%. Heat index 100. Wind west at 7 miles an hour. Hazen, partly sunny. 86 degrees. Relative humidity 58%. Heat index 90. Wind north at 9 miles an hour. Harvey, fair. 93 degrees. Relative humidity 43%. Heat index 97. Wind southwest at 13 miles an hour. Gusting to 21. Minot, partly sunny. 81 degrees. Relative humidity 62%. Wind northwest at 14 miles an hour. Dickinson, cloudy. 76 degrees. Relative humidity 66%. Wind north at 12 miles an hour. Elsewhere around North Dakota, it was 82 at Garrison. It was sunny, with a temperature of 98 at Jamestown, 97 at Fargo, and 96 at Devil's Lake. At Grand Forks, it was mostly sunny, with a temperature of 100. At Williston, it was partly sunny, with a temperature of 77. In northern South Dakota, it was mostly sunny. It was 95 at Mobridge, and 96 at Aberdeen. In eastern Montana, skies ranged from partly sunny to cloudy. It was 68 at Miles City, 71 at Glendive, and 76 at Sydney. Once again, at Bismarck, the temperature was 95 degrees under partly sunny skies. Severe thunderstorm watch for the following counties in North Dakota: Burley, Emmons, Grant, Kidder, McLean, Mercer, Morton, Oliver, Sheridan, Sioux, and Wells. The National Weather Service has issued severe thunderstorm watch number 345, effective until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time or 10 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. This watch includes the following counties in North Dakota: Burley, Emmons, Grant, Kidder, McLean, Mercer, Morton, Oliver, Sheridan, Sioux, and Wells. Remember, a severe thunderstorm watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including large hail and damaging winds in and close to the watched area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA weather radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information. The regional weather forecast from your National Weather Service office in Bismarck. Expect cooler temperatures across the west today, with highs in the 70s across eastern Montana and the far western Dakotas. Further east, highs the 80s and 90s will once again be found. Another round of strong to severe thunderstorms are possible across southeastern Montana and the Dakotas late this afternoon and tonight. More widespread precipitation chances are then possible the rest of the week and into the weekend, with strong to severe thunderstorms possible at times. Temperatures cool across much of region Wednesday, although remain elevated across eastern portions. Here is the forecast for the Bismarck-Mandan listening area. Severe thunderstorm watch 345 in effect until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time this evening. Tonight, scattered showers and thunderstorms early, then showers and thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. West winds 15 to 20 miles per hour, becoming south 5 to 10 miles per hour in the evening, then becoming northwest after midnight. Wednesday, mostly cloudy in the morning, then partly sunny with showers likely and a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Not as warm. Highs in the upper 70s. North winds around 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain 60%. Wednesday night, showers likely and a chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the upper 50s. North winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 70%. Thursday, partly sunny with a chance of showers. A chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a slight chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 70s. North winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. chance of rain 40%. Thursday night, mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the mid-50s. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain 40%. Friday, showers likely. A slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 70s. Chance of rain 70%. Friday night, showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the upper 50s. Saturday, showers likely and a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then showers and a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs around 70. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Showers likely and a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then a chance of showers after midnight. Lows in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 60%. Sunday, mostly sunny with a 40% chance of showers. Highs in the mid-70s. Sunday night, partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers in the evening, then mostly clear after midnight. Lows in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 20%. Monday, sunny. A slight chance of showers in the afternoon. Highs around 80. Chance of rain 20%. Monday night, a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening. Mostly clear with a slight chance of showers. Lows in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 20%. Tuesday, mostly sunny. A chance of showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s. Chance of rain 30%. Here are the recreation area forecasts for western Lake Aconcagua tonight. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Scattered thunderstorms through the night. Scattered showers late in the evening. Mostly cloudy. Lows in the mid-50s. Wednesday, northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Partly sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. For eastern Lake Aconcagua tonight, northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Scattered thunderstorms through the night. Numerous showers in the late evening and early morning. Mostly cloudy. Lows in the upper 50s. Wednesday, north winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. And slight chance of thunderstorms through the day. Partly sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. For northern Lake Olahi tonight, south winds 10 to 15 miles per hour shifting to the northwest early in the morning. Showers in the evening. Numerous thunderstorms through the night. Mostly cloudy. Lows in the lower 60s. Wednesday, north winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of thunderstorms in the morning. Chance of thunderstorms late in the afternoon. Mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 70s. This is NOAA Weather Radio Station WXL-78 in Bismarck, North Dakota, operating on a frequency of 162.475 megahertz. Providing weather information 24 hours a day from your National Weather Service office in Bismarck. Here are the weather conditions at 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Bismarck, mostly sunny. Temperature 95 degrees, relative humidity 37%, heat index 97. Wind south at 17 miles an hour, gusting to 28. Pressure 29.74 inches and rising. Mandan, mostly sunny. 90 degrees, relative humidity 62%, heat index 100. Wind variable at 7 miles an hour, gusting to 17. At Hazen, the temperature was 84 degrees, dew point 70, and the relative humidity 61%. The wind was north at 10 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.80 inches and steady. Harvey, fair. 95 degrees, relative humidity 43%, heat index 101. Wind south at 16 miles an hour. Minot, partly sunny. 79 degrees, relative humidity 64%. Wind northwest at 14 miles an hour. Dickinson, cloudy. 74 degrees, relative humidity 68%. Wind northwest at 7 miles an hour. Elsewhere around North Dakota, it was 80 at Garrison. It was sunny with a temperature of 97 at Jamestown, 97 at Fargo, and 96 at Devil's Lake. At Grand Forks, it was mostly sunny with a temperature of 100. At Williston, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 76. In northern South Dakota, it was mostly sunny. It was 93 at Mobridge and 96 at Aberdeen. In eastern Montana, skies ranged from partly sunny to cloudy. It was 71 at Miles City, 70 at Glendive, and 75 at Sydney. Once again, at Bismarck, the temperature was 95 degrees under mostly sunny skies. The regional weather forecast from your National Weather Service office in Bismarck. Another round of strong to severe thunderstorms are possible across various portions of the region tonight, with the greatest threat across the central Dakotas tonight. More widespread precipitation chances are then possible the rest of the week and into the weekend, with strong to severe thunderstorms possible at times. Temperatures cool across much of region Wednesday, although remain elevated across eastern portions. Here is the forecast for the Bismarck, Mend, and listening area. Severe thunderstorm watch 345 in effect until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time this evening. Tonight, scattered showers and thunderstorms early, then showers and thunderstorms. Some thunderstorms may be severe. Lows in the lower 60s. West winds 15 to 20 miles per hour, becoming south 5 to 10 miles per hour in the evening, then becoming northwest after midnight. Wednesday, mostly cloudy in the morning, then partly sunny with showers likely and a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Not as warm. Highs in the upper 70s. North winds around 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain 60%. Wednesday night, showers likely and a chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the upper 50s. North winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 70%. Thursday, partly sunny with a chance of showers. A chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a slight chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 70s. North winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 40%. Thursday night, mostly cloudy with a chance of showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the mid-50s. Northeast winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain 40%. Friday, showers likely. A slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the lower 70s. Chance of rain 70%. Friday night, showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms. Lows in the upper 50s. Saturday, showers likely and a slight chance of thunderstorms in the morning, then showers and a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs around 70. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Showers likely and a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening, then a chance of showers after midnight. Lows in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 60%. Sunday, mostly sunny with a 40% chance of showers. Highs in the mid-70s. Sunday night, partly cloudy with a slight chance of showers in the evening, then mostly clear after midnight. Lows in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 20%. Monday, sunny. A slight chance of showers in the afternoon. Highs around 80. Chance of rain 20%. Monday night, a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening. Mostly clear with a slight chance of showers. Lows in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 20%. Tuesday, mostly sunny. A chance of showers and a slight chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Highs in the upper 70s. Chance of rain 30%. Here are the recreation area forecasts for western Lake Sakonkohia tonight. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Scattered thunderstorms through the night. Scattered showers late in the evening. Mostly cloudy. Lows in the mid-50s. Wednesday, northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Partly sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. For eastern Lake Sakonkohia, tonight, northwest winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Scattered thunderstorms through the night. Numerous showers in the late evening and early morning. Mostly cloudy. Lows in the upper 50s. Wednesday, north winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. And slight chance of thunderstorms through the day. Partly sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. For northern Lake Orohi, tonight, south winds 10 to 15 miles per hour shifting to the northwest early in the morning. Showers in the evening. Numerous thunderstorms through the night. Mostly cloudy. Lows in the lower 60s. Wednesday, north winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of thunderstorms in the morning. Chance of thunderstorms late in the afternoon. Mostly cloudy. Highs in the upper 70s. Here are the weather conditions at 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Bismarck, mostly sunny. Temperature 95 degrees. Relative humidity 37%. Heat index 97. Wind south at 17 miles an hour, gusting to 28. Pressure 29.74 inches and rising. Mandan, mostly sunny. 90 degrees. Relative humidity 62%. Heat index 100. Wind variable at 7 miles an hour, gusting to 17. At Hazen, the temperature was 84 degrees, dew point 70, and the relative humidity 61%. The wind was north at 10 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.80 inches and steady. Harvey, fair. 95 degrees, relative humidity 43%, heat index 101. Wind south at 16 miles an hour. Minot, partly sunny. 79 degrees, relative humidity 64%. Wind northwest at 14 miles an hour. Dickinson, cloudy. 74 degrees, relative humidity 68%. Wind northwest at 7 miles an hour. Elsewhere around North Dakota, it was 80 at Garrison. It was sunny with a temperature of 97 at Jamestown, 97 at Fargo, and 96 at Devil's Lake. At Grand Forks, it was mostly sunny with a temperature of 100. At Williston, it was partly sunny with a temperature of 76. In northern South Dakota, it was mostly sunny. It was 93 at Mobridge and 96 at Aberdeen. In eastern Montana, skies ranged from partly sunny to cloudy. It was 71 at Miles City, 70 at Glendive, and 75 at Sydney. Once again, at Bismarck, the temperature was 95 degrees under mostly sunny skies. Here are the weather conditions at 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Bismarck, partly sunny. Temperature 95 degrees, relative humidity 37%, heat index 97. Wind south at 17 miles an hour, gusting to 28. Pressure 29.74 inches and rising. Mandan, partly sunny. 90 degrees, relative humidity 62%, heat index 100. Wind variable at 7 miles an hour, gusting to 17. At Hazen, the temperature was 84 degrees, dew point 70, and the relative humidity 61%. The wind was north at 10 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.80 inches and steady. Harvey, fair. 95 degrees, relative humidity 43%, heat index 101. Wind south at 16 miles an hour. Minot, mostly sunny. 79 degrees, relative humidity 64%. Wind northwest at 14 miles an hour. Dickinson, cloudy. 74 degrees, relative humidity 68%. Wind northwest at 7 miles an hour. Elsewhere around North Dakota, it was 80 at Garrison. It was sunny with a temperature of 97 at Jamestown and 97 at Fargo. It was mostly sunny with a temperature of 100 at Grand Forks and 96 at Devil's Lake. At Williston, it was cloudy with a temperature of 76.
All right. I made it back. Not too bad at timing. And it looks like we have a... Man, I need to... I think it's true what they say. The camera adds 10 pounds. Let's see here. So yeah, we've got a severe thunderstorm watch out. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate the help, Scott, for keeping track of everything here while I was gone. Looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm watch out. And we've got the severe thunderstorm warning. Up here along that Eggland area, so as Scott had put up there earlier, 60 mile per hour winds, quarter size hail, moving northeast, 35 miles per hour. Added 50. But there you go. We've got a severe warning storm, and we've got more basically firing up back to the south and west, running over the same areas. So for those of you that are getting this rain right now in through here, not only are you going to be worrying about the severe weather and the hail and some of the winds, but you're also going to be worried about some torrential rainfalls and potential, at least, of maybe seeing some flooding going on along with this. As these storms continue to fire and basically move along that line and move to the north and east. Now, further back down to the south, we've got some storms beginning or continuing to try to fire, at least south of Bismarck, west of the Missouri River, kind of close to that Fort Yates, McLaughlin area. Not severe warned at this point. Looks like probably got some, we've got some small hail associated with it. Maybe some gusty winds. But we've got a few cells now trying to get big and trying to develop. But I think at the most part, for what we're seeing, I think is more than likely just some heavy rains and maybe some smaller hail with this stuff south of Bismarck. And then the Rapid City radar basically showing the same thing, same line of storms. It's picking up this one still. Again, kind of in the same area, just west of Murdu. Maybe some small hail, but a lot of heavy rains associated with that particular storms. With really a lot of these storms up and down that frontal boundary line. I was looking at this, looking at the Bismarck radar, and just watching this in motion. We could see the probably the frontal boundary really pushing eastward. So we'll see as these storms continue to fire, you're probably going to see these storms really begin to develop across Bismarck. Right above me, I've got the Bismarck webcam showing. We'll try to keep an eye on a couple other ones as we go along here and show you anything else that might come up and see if we can't find any other videos or live webcams. There's not a ton out there. But there are some we could take a look at and keep it, just try to keep a track of some of this weather going on. Get rid of that. All right, so Twitter-wise, severe thunderstorm watch, scattered large hail, likely with isolated very large hail events up to 2 inches in diameter possible. Scattered damaging wind gusts to 70 miles per hour likely. A tornado or 2 is possible with this particular severe thunderstorm watch. This is valid until 11 p.m. Central Time. So valid until the same time as the South Dakota severe thunderstorm watch is out until 11 o'clock Central Time. So there you have it. So a couple different severe thunderstorm watches out until 11. So we'll continue to watch that as we go through the night and see how things develop. The latest model run, HRRR, we're looking at. As we said before, we're looking at the line of storms developing just from that Candu region to McLaughlin, down to the southwest, Murdu, and south of there. So we're looking at these storms continuing to build up over the next few hours. And notice that line doesn't move much. If I were to draw this line right in through here, and watch over the couple of hours here. It doesn't really move much. In fact, it almost retrogrades back to the west a little bit in the north end and then pushes slightly to the east down in the south as it kind of tries to get connected, I guess, with some better upper level flow. Now, in the meantime, we've got these storms that are going to be developing out in Wyoming and that are going to be pushing to the north and east and moving into South Dakota later tonight. Some of those storms could also have some damaging winds and some large hail. But as we get closer to midnight, notice that frontal boundary, as we kind of lose that heating, the frontal boundary becomes less of a concern. And then as we get to midnight and beyond, we're going to be watching those storms just entering into far western parts of South Dakota. They might be able to maintain a little bit until they move a little bit more inland inland into the state before they diminish, and we're just left with generally just some scattered thunderstorms throughout the remainder of the night and into early Wednesday morning. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Welcome to Region Weather Live, your YouTube source for weather across the Dakotas and Minnesota. I am meteorologist Brad Warner. Yes, I do have a degree in meteorology that I used to use at one time or another. I've found my way back into the weather a little bit by keeping people updated across the Dakotas and Minnesota. For those of you who live, work, play, traveling through here, helping you stay informed. So welcome to the channel. If you're new, feel free to subscribe down below so that you're made aware whenever a new video comes out. Do weather updates, and also when I'm on live on days like today, so we can continue to keep an eye on the weather. But welcome, and leave a message on the chat if you want it. Yeah, new special weather statement. Strong thunderstorm impact portions of central Corson County through 4:45. Radar tracking a strong thunderstorm near Little Eagle moving north, wind gust to 50 and pea-sized hail possible. Radar indicated gusty winds could knock down some tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. So that is with this guy coming up to Fort Yates here. That's with this stuff from McLaughlin up to Selfridge, Fort Yates. We've got, and actually it's now severe warned. They put a severe thunderstorm warning out, so that'll be showing up here shortly. There it is. Severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm located near Little Eagle moving north at 30, 60 mile per hour winds, quarter-sized hail. Trained weather spotters at 5:20 said they reported a 62 mile per hour wind gust, and that was reported 6 miles west of McLaughlin. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roof sidings and trees. The severe thunderstorm will be near McLaughlin around 4:40. There we go. Severe thunderstorm warning until 5 p.m. Mountain Time. Counties affected is Corson County. Also, we have this one further north. Eglin, Calvin, Hannah. We continue to have this severe thunderstorm warning. Hail damage, 60 mile per hour winds, quarter-sized hail. moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. That's valid until 5:45 Central Time. I'll take a look at that bridge wall. There we go. A little bit, some of those clouds showing up on the Mobridge cam up there. West of Mobridge, that one is. It's Aberdeen. See Mobridge right there. It's about the closest one I could find at this point, so it's looking west towards those storms. So, if you're in that McLaughlin area, it's mainly in, yeah, they did, didn't they? They listened pretty well. Good job. You've got control of the weather. You're one of those guys, Scott. You're working for the government. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. So a couple areas within that storm. Actually, let's take a look at, I think probably the Bismarck radar is going to be better to look at. Yeah, we've got one area just south of Little Eagle moving into there. Another little area of 1-inch hail north of McLaughlin. Everything's moving, continuing to move to the north-northeast at about 35 miles per hour. And so as these storms basically develop, we're going to be seeing some strong outflow gusts associated with them. So they're saying there was a report of 60-mile-per-hour winds near McLaughlin with this particular storm. So due to all the heavy rains and everything just kind of building up quickly and then dumping all that rain, of course, we're going to be seeing some strong gusty winds flowing out of these storms at times. So just keep that in mind, and as we've said, man, they're just going to be moving right along the same areas from western Missouri up through Bismarck, and then up to kind of west of New Rockford, and then as we get up to that Eglin, Kelvin, Charles area, or Sarles, I should say, not Charles. And as we put this into motion, everything's just moving right over the same spot. So on top of some of the gusty winds and some of the hail, we're gonna be talking about some flooding as well, I think. So yeah, it'd be great if we move. Just move east like a normal summer thunderstorm. Just move east, develop, and get pushed along, right? Isn't that? Nobody wants 5, 6, 7 inches of rain. They want 3 inches and move away. But no, there's going to be a small little area that's going to get all the rain. What is this? This is barely 10 miles across. So a small area within 10 miles, a small line that's going to be getting all this rain, and everybody else is just, stuck. Just stuck. This one down by Murdu looking better. Yeah. We'll see if they issue a warning down for there here shortly. Rapid City. Strong thunderstorms impact, yeah. So Bismarck says wind gust of 50 miles per hour, nickel-sized hail possible moving into Sioux County. And this is a special weather statement out of Bismarck. Strong thunderstorm located 5 miles east of Selfridge, moving north at about 35. Just want some rain. Would you just do what you're supposed to? Would you just move like you're supposed to? Severe thunderstorm watch means that weather conditions are favorable for development of severe thunderstorms and possibly tornadoes. During a watch, you should go about your normal business, but stay updated on the latest weather developments. Be prepared to go to a safe place. A warning means that severe thunderstorms or tornadoes have been reported or detected by radar. People in the warned area should seek shelter immediately. So this is just going over a little bit the difference between a watch and a warning. Severe thunderstorms produce damaging winds, large hail, heavy rains, and deadly lightning. Don't forget about that lightning. Watch for signs of an approaching storm and keep NOAA Weather Radio with you. And also make sure you're tuned into Region Weather Live. That doesn't say that from the Weather Service, but I'm adding that in. Flying debris from damaging thunderstorms can injure or kill. Again, this is just kind of a public information statement from Bismarck. Seek shelter from the wind. Stay away from windows. Move to the center of a building. Lightning is a killer. Do not use electrical appliances during thunderstorms. Use the phones only in emergency if caught outdoors. Get off of open vehicles such as farm and construction equipment. Avoid areas prone to flash flooding, such as dry creek beds, small streams, and dips in the road. Interesting little fella down there north of Merdue. It's trying, that one. It's close. It's definitely got some hail in it. Maybe not quite to that magic altitude just yet, but it's close. No, don't do that. Yeah, I agree. They should change the wording and say, don't forget. You know, it's funny, they don't even mention a local station, right? Bismarck. There's that 62 mile per hour wind gust report. Southwest of McLaughlin. It's pretty decent hailer. Definitely over an inch in diameter. Coming up to Selfridge, Fort Yates. Again, these are moving north at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. So if you're within that Selfridge, Fort Yates area, be watching for that hail moving north, and probably some gusty winds. McLaughlin, you got another heavier cell moving in towards you. Then for those of you further north, looks like Kelvin, you probably got another heavier little batch coming. Actually might just slip a little bit further back to the west. Seems to be doing that thing that the models were predicting, and just maybe slipping a little bit further west, a smidge. Lightning cod. It's a shocking. I got a lightning cod. Is that some sort of granite fishing rod? A lightning cod. Scott, you're always full of puns and different ways of talking about things. It's punny. It is so punny. Come on, man. Yeah, it just doesn't. The cells are big, but they just don't want to completely commit to being a severe storm for very long. East of Rapid City, north of Murdu. Looks like we got another thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm wind gusts. One northeast of Ridgeview in Dewey County of 63 mile per hour wind. So we're getting a couple of wind gusts out of this. Some stronger winds as these storms blow up quickly and push out all this air. We're getting some outflow out away from some of these storms. And actually, so that's kind of something to keep in mind, really. You might, you might not be in the exact thick of some of this, but as the rain basically comes out and rushes out, some of you guys might get some winds rushing out ahead of these cells. So you might not be in the thick of the rain, but you might still feel the wind gusts out of this. And they did issue a severe thunderstorm warning into North Dakota now. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter sized hail moving north. They're saying at 15 miles an hour. Located 5 miles southeast of Selfridge, 13 miles north of McLaughlin. So 5 miles southeast of Self. So they're looking mainly at that one. 60 mile per hour winds, quarter sized hail. Hail damaged roof of the vehicles is expected. Expect wind damaged roofs, sidings, and trees. So be near or around Selfridge at 5:45 Central Time. Other locations impacted include Standing Rock. So we're looking at this storm, kind of producing some strong gusty winds and maybe some hail, splitting the uprights basically between Selfridge and Fort Yates. Storms continue to build just west of the Missouri River until you get to about Bismarck. Then it kind of flips on over to the east. And then additional storms up through Harvey, Leeds, Matta, Candu. And then that severe thunderstorm warning continues for Eglin, Kelvin. That storm up there by Kelvin not looking quite as robust from a hail standpoint. Wouldn't doubt if you still have the potential of seeing some 60 mile per hour winds out of this, though. That wouldn't surprise me the way this is looking, the way this is panning out. This is you might still see some gusts pouring out of some of these storms. Oh, that one done by Harvey. Wind gusts to 40, half-inch hail. Special weather statement, strong thunderstorm located over Harvey. You can see kind of at the bottom of that radar screen, 40 mile per hour, half-inch hail. Moving north at 25, they're saying. So that's a special weather statement. So they're saying, yeah, there's some hail in there. Not severe warned at this point. Not enough for that. But definitely some hail. Some small hail associated with that. Maybe some gusty winds as well. Looks like they basically re-upped. That's severe thunderstorm warning up in the north. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. Valid until 6:30, so this is for northeast Towner County and northwest Cavalier. Severe thunderstorm located near Clyde, 30 miles west of Langdon, moving northeast at 35. Locations impacted include Clyde, Sarles, Calvin, and Hannah. So they did go ahead and continue this severe thunderstorm warning. I just said it doesn't look quite as robust. I didn't think. But they are continuing on with the severe thunderstorm warning. It's a few updrafts in there. Still some updrafts in there trying to continue to get some of those hailstones rocking and rolling. I'd be interested to see up there eventually to see wonder what we're getting for rain as far as the amounts. Wonder if I can figure that out here a little bit, or if it's too early to tell. Let's see. Yeah, early indications, basically within this region here. I mean, we're looking at 2 to 3 inches already, possibly. With some of this rain, and it's obviously not leaving anytime soon. So that's obviously going to be a big concern, is just the flooding potential. So we got that one up north, central, northeastern parts of North Dakota. We've got this down in south central North Dakota, 60 mile per hour wind and quarter-sized hail. A couple of areas just to watch out for. Again, I think maybe the main threat at this point to me is looking like it's probably going to be the winds gushing out, rushing out, pouring out of some of these storms as it just dumps all this rain. We've got just all this juice and just potential within the atmosphere. So these storms are blowing up, and as the rain basically just comes crumbling down, we're going to get all this outflow from these storms. So it's looking more and more like the winds might be more of a problem more than the hail itself. We'll see if we manage to get any kind of reports now. Got this guy kind of out on his own, interesting enough. Now, someone like him, you might have a little more hailing associated with him, as he's able to get away from this main line for at least a bit. And this guy down in Murdo, she just can't completely get going. It keeps trying down here. I've been saying Murdo here for the last how long? I even walked away and came back, and I'm still talking about Murdo. And they just can't seem to get going. Can't seem to completely break through. The 40 mile per hour and 3/4 inch hail. Looks like they upped it a little bit for that Harvey cell. So for this guy down here, so if you're in that Harvey, Wellsburg, Selds area, Esmond, you've got a fairly strong cell within there. Probably got some small hail, nearly an inch. Yeah, I'd say you're probably getting some gusts of 50 miles per hour associated with that as well. Take a look at that line of thunderstorms now developing north of Devil's Lake, Bismarck, Mobridge, Pierre, Murdo. We keep talking about Murdo. And then further off to the west, I can't quite see the cells just yet, but we're going to be watching eventually later in the night some storms coming out of Wyoming and Montana and moving into South Dakota. Is that what this is? This is just rain corn. Yeah, you know, the problem sometimes where we get so ripe. We're so just juiced up. That the only thing we get see, look at these dew points, 72, 68, 64, 66, all along that front, even kind of lagging behind the front, still some good dew points. Might have to restart this one. This is really lagging. 70 down here against Eldon and Phillip. But that's one of the caveats, especially around here up in the northern plains, is there's so much juice that, and it builds up so quickly that it ultimately just becomes this big heavy rain event. And then the winds associated with it, again, kind of like we were saying before, you've got just the winds gushing out of some of these storms. It's an interesting cell north of McCluskey. Kind of a little loner there. If I wanted to really close my eyes, maybe just a little bit of a notch there. If I wanted to tease a little bit, we'll see if the Bismarck radar has. Yeah, that one's not teasing quite as much. Minot radar looked better. We've got one by Herdsfield. Looks like most of that's probably some heavy rain. Maybe some small hail. But yeah, we've got this area north of Harvey. Got a little bit of hail, some gusty winds associated with that. We've got a couple cells further down to the south, Solon, Cannonball. Kind of near that 1-inch diameter mark. Probably some gusty winds of 60 miles per hour coming out of some of these storms. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's sad. I mean, these guys, you don't know. You're gambling all the time as a farmer. You're gambling on the prices. You're gambling on the weather. What should you plant? How much should you plant? Where should you plant it? All that kind of stuff. What's gonna yield the best? What's gonna bring the best price? And then not only that, but they have to kind of rotate their crop a little bit, where they can't just keep putting corn in the same field year after year after year. That eats up too much nutrients from the soil. So you gotta kind of rotate it. So. Yeah, a lot of stress. My dad farmed for years and years. Never really wanted to, but he did it. I was a small grain farmer, cattle farmer. Did okay with it, I will say. But he had a little different way of, I think, approaching things. But he, there were some tight times and there were some good times. Well, I feel bad for the small guys, the small farmers that are still trying to maintain themselves out there and still trying to do something. You got a lot more. Obviously, there's so many corporate farms out there now, and those aren't the ones that I feel bad for. It's those farms that have been around for generations. So, yeah, unfortunately, times like this, they gotta kind of buckle the straps down a little bit and hope something comes. Hope that rain comes, breaks through. But it's tough, man. You always say, don't forecast thunders, don't forecast rain during a drought. And that seems to be very true. It seems like that ground just, once it's dry, it just evaporates everything up, and it really gets hard for some of these storms to develop. Yeah, not a lot of rotation in at all. I thought maybe a discrete cell, maybe something like this, would have a little bit of a chance. I mean, there is some formation of what you would maybe look for when you're talking about rotation and tornadic activity, but when you actually look at the current velocity in there, it's obviously it's nothing. So we're going to try and give some people rain this week. That was one of the things a buddy of mine asked the other day. I talked to him. He said, "Okay, Brad, what do you got? lives north of Grand Forks. It's like, well, there's a chance, but I can't say with any definitiveness that it's going to roll right over where you want it to roll over. You know, it's just not that widespread, sweeping thunderstorms across the plains. Probably a little bit of hail between Cannonball and Sullen, the way it's looking. And then around that Selfridge area continues to be kind of a couple of areas of focus. Probably some outflow winds gusting out of these storms, 60 mile per hour. In particular, in this severe thunderstorm warning area. Probably seen some decent wind gusts rush out of some of these storms at this point. And then further south, same type of deal. East of McLaughlin, maybe a little bit of hail, but ultimately it's going to be the winds that we're probably most concerned about. Yeah. Live to fight another day. That's just it. At some point, you just, yeah. You throw your hands up and go, okay, we got to collect insurance. If you're seeing Scott post some stuff on the chat there, it's not a severe warned cell, but it's these little guys with the special weather statements. So it's this north of McCluskey where we've got 3/4 inch hail, 50 mile per hour wind. Closer to Harvey, 40 mile per hour wind, 3/4 inch hail. Half inch hail, 40 mile per hour winds. Further to the south, basically encompass this whole area west of the Missouri River where they're saying 55 mile per hour winds and 3/4 inch hail, penny-sized hail. So it's getting there. They're just kind of blanketing this whole area. What are the better? What are you looking for? As far as app goes, what do you want? Are you looking for radar? Are you? I mean, it's hard for me to answer, I guess, just because I don't look at them. I don't need to look at them. I've got some radar apps that I pay for that I could recommend. Yeah, it's up here eventually. A weather app eventually. Yeah. At some point in the future, that's definitely a thought. Here's a cam out of Bismarck. So starting to see some of those thunderstorms roll into the Bismarck area now. Just average weather and radar. I don't know, anybody got some good suggestions out there? Around here, you know, when we're, I don't know, a lot of people in my area Love the KVLY app. It seems like a lot of these TV stations nowadays have their own weather app. So that's probably always a good place to start, at least, because if you can find a local weather app, some TV station in your area. There's a bit of lightning showing up on that webcam. That's I don't know. That's kind of where I would go. Seems to be everybody's favorite thing. Weather bug. AccuWeather. I mean, that seems to be one a lot of people turn to. Of course, you got the Weather Channel. My radar. I use Radar Scope. That one's a paid one, but that's a really good one. We have Radar Omega, has also been a decently developed radar. Radar Omega also has models incorporated in it, so if you're interested in reading some model data, that's also in there. Well, interesting that they're not as precise as you're looking for, huh? Weather Service out of Grand Forks says severe thunderstorm risk will remain along a frontal boundary from near Candu in Langdon, southwest to south central North Dakota. Large hail, damaging winds, and heavy rain are the main threat. Looks like they did cancel that one south of the South Dakota border. Yeah, that one really fell apart. South of the border, down Mexico way. Some stronger cells continue around Selfridge and north of there. This is all within the reservation area. Murdu. Just can't completely get it going. It's trying. Been trying all afternoon. Not gonna do it. Not gonna happen. Oh, come on. Yeah, it gets to be overwhelming, and you just wish you had one that did it all. And I can't really say there is one out there that does it all. So this is out here by this Casper area. These are going to be the storms worth watching here later tonight. Running into South Dakota, but we're talking quite a bit later. Well, they severe warned that one near Harvey, huh? Bismarck. Oh, they really punched it. Golf ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour wind, radar indicated. Interesting. Definitely some decent sized hail in there. They're saying golf ball, 60 mile per hour winds. People and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roof, sidings, windows, vehicles, roof sidings, and trees. This is located over Harvey, moving north at 20. So this is for northwest Welds in County and south central Pierce County. So coming up to Wellsburg and Selds. Be on the watch for this storm moving your direction. We've got some large hail heading your way. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is the border between the Grand Forks Weather Service. So here's Bismarck and here's GF. So that's why this county is GF. These counties over here are Bismarck. So that's why the funky warning at this point. We'll see how this tracks, but obviously if this makes it more into that Grand Forks region, they're going to wind up issuing their own severe thunderstorm warning. That is Benson County. Seems to be the dividing line. Yeah, you've got, this is always fun to watch, and it doesn't show up all that great on, maybe on here. I know I like to look at it on my big screens on, at home, at work. Yeah, I'm a fan of just watching these storms blow up on satellite. Yeah, Beetle County, you're gonna be fine tonight. Huron. Yeah, everything's gonna stay west of you. West of Beetle. In fact, that's kind of why we've been talking about. We've discussed a little bit tonight about just the threat of flooding, just because this line that's out there now really isn't going to move much. So it's not might move east a little, might actually retrograde back to the west a little bit on the north end. But it's not going to make too much movement either way. So if you're in that Sells, Wellsburg area, maybe Esmond, just be watching out for this storm north of Harvey. There we go. The Grand Forks Weather Service put their end out. Looks like they didn't go quite as aggressive. 60 mile per hour wind and $50 sized hail, they're saying, out of Grand Forks, moving north at 25. Locations include Esmond and Baker. Welcome to the party, Grand Forks Weather Service. A little bit of a view from Josh Fry's Central Dakota's severe weather. So Central, what is it? Central DAC SWXC. Give him a follow. Current view northwest of Munich. So not too much for lowerings going on there. That storm up in the far north by Kelvin and Sarles, looks like that's trying to exit out into Canada. Nothing really behind it at this point. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Quite a bit of a difference between the two. Region WX is my Twitter handle. If you're going to be retweeting just whatever kind of fun stuff I find out there. This is The Funky Girl. Let's see here. So The Funky Girl. Again, Munich. Kind of what it's looking like out there at this point. Trying to find a wall cloud in there. Maybe a little something going on, but nothing too threatening. Man, there were some big supercells out in Montana yesterday. There were some really, really cool pictures coming out. Just scrolling through Twitter, see if I can't find any videos or pictures or anything if anybody's out there. Posting stuff, posting interesting things. This is Clyde, so up in the far northern part of North Dakota, the Endon station. It was about 30 minutes ago. Oh, last year I visited your channel 2 times. The bad weather got closer. They got hammered twice. Oh, yeah, one of those. There was some, man. Cinnamon rolls. See? I don't know. I don't come up with those clever analogies. I just say, there's weather out there. And Scott comes up with things like cinnamon roll supercells. Adjectives are not my friend. Yeah, I remember those storms last year. That was wicked. Thankfully for everybody that we haven't had those this year. That's one good thing coming out of this. Because we don't, yeah, boy, there was some 80, 90 mile per hour wind gusts that came out of there. Plenty of tornadoes. Eastern part of the Dakota, South Dakota, kind of in through southwest central parts of Minnesota. And it was always, a lot of people lost a lot of trees last year. It was really an interesting way to start my YouTube channel with all that stuff going on, all that activity. This stuff up further north has pretty much moved into Canada at this point, so more than likely they're just going to let that severe warning run out. Just kind of keeping an eye on this one just a little bit. It has a little bit of an appendage there, a little bit of notch, but we're not seeing anything. Not seeing anything on the rotation end of it. Probably just some decent inflow with this storm, sucking up a lot of air. Fortunately, we're looking about 3,600 feet in the air from the Minot radar. So we've got that severe thunderstorm warning down in Rapid City. Looking at that radar down there. Not much going on. We've got these storms southwest of Bismarck. Some rain coming up onto Bismarck. You can see in the webcam above how we've got some of that heavy rain now making its way into Bismarck. But the stronger cells remain further south into Sioux County. And actually, some of these cells actually look pretty good. Might be a little over an inch in diameter in some of these hailstones. In particular, kind of around or just north of Selfridge, in between Solon and Selfridge. So that's, let's see, that's Highway 6. That some of these storms are running close to. I bet that was not good. Maybe regretted that one just a little bit. Getting sandblasted. Yeah, that was man, that was so interesting to watch. Again, these storms are moving north at about 25. So if you're in that Solon, Selfridge area, Bryan, we've got some hailers out there, probably along with some gusty winds pouring out of some of these storms. Well, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, and that's pretty much done. It's over. Otherwise, if you're Wellsburg, Selds, Esmond, be watching out. Be on the watch out for this storm. Hasn't really progressed a whole lot. It's actually just kind of dumping a lot over the same area over and over again. So this is east of Highway 3, north of 52. Selds, Wellsburg, north of Harvey. You can see how just, yeah, the main part of that cell just kind of keeps developing over the same area over and over and over again. Hasn't really made its way northward, even though you can see how these cells are moving north. That boy, there's something north of Harvey that is just setting this thing off over the same area, and they are getting dumped on. Hail, heavy rains. So again, as we continue to talk about tonight, just be on the lookout for flash flooding in some of these areas. Severe thunderstorm warning, including Selfridge, until 6:30. So wind to 60-mile-per-hour, quarter-size hail. That's around that Selfridge area. Population affected by that particular severe thunderstorm warning is about 2,300 people. In case you were curious. I don't know if you were, but now you know. Here's that storm coming into Bismarck. Looking interesting. But so far, not crazy action. Nothing horrible. But yeah, knowing's half the battle. So we're just kind of keeping up on some of this stuff here throughout the night, in the evening hours. Anybody's got any questions, make sure you ask them on the chat. If you're new here, welcome. I serve the Dakotas in Minnesota. Become subscribe to the channel so you can add your little bit of info on the chat. Always good to have a good lively chat. That helps. There we go. Moving that a little bit. So we'll watch that as it kind of runs through Bismarck here, and watch some of these storms run through. So that severe thunderstorm warning up in Cavalier and Towner County up, that's allowed to expire as those storms have moved off into Canada. There was a record high temperature set in Grand Forks of 100 degrees. Let's beat the old record of 98 set in 1995. Continuous severe thunderstorm warning for Pierce and Wells County. 1-inch hail and 50-mile-per-hour winds. You know, you're gonna be getting some pretty heavy rains here, obviously, as we're taking a look at as we're watching the webcam there. Just to flip this around briefly, some of the stronger cells are still down in Selfridge, Solon area, south of you. So I think, boy, the way it's looking at this point, you know, I think if we get any type of stronger winds and hail, yeah, we're probably looking within the next half hour to 45 minutes by the time some of this makes it northward. But the way things are shaking out a little bit is it looks like it's more going to be Bismarck, more Mandan area that's going to be hit by these storms. The way this is moving more northward than or northwest, just a little bit westerly, as opposed to directly north. Now you might see some gusty winds out of this, obviously, but I guess as I'm looking at this right now, I'd be more concerned about maybe far west Bismarck and more so into Mandan for the potential of maybe seeing some hail and some of those stronger winds. So hopefully that kind of answers your question there a little bit. Yeah, it really is. I mean, at the very least, Bismarck, good job. You're going to get some rain. You might get some small hail out of this. I mean, I'm not completely ruling that out, and some gusty winds, but the more severe stuff, there's a good lightning strike. The more severe stuff, kind of that stuff that's really that 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail, looks like it's tracking a little further west. No problem, Erica. Welcome. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, looking interesting for the Atlantic, isn't it? Out for the hurricanes. Already in June, we're talking about that stuff. Potential for tropical storms out there. They updated that severe thunderstorm warning. Notice how that warning now kind of shifts a little to the northwest now. So you see how it's kind of pointing more towards Mandan. Northeast Sioux County, southeast Morton County, eastern Grant County. Severe thunderstorm located 7 miles northeast of Shields or 33 miles north of McLaughlin, moving north at 30, 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. This will be around Flasher around 7 o'clock Central Time. Other locations include that Bryan, and Standing Rock. Yeah, getting wet. Yeah, Bismarck's they've been getting lucky this year, honestly. They've gotten timely rains. So I don't think they're really complaining too much. Yeah, it is. They actually get to mow their lawns. Sure seems to be taking its time moving through, though. Getting a little closer. Some of those trees, those closer trees, are starting to fade away. Getting some lightning shots out of it. Now one cell north of Harvey just does not move. Yeah. Yeah, the way it just felt like one of those days, like one of those hot, dry, like one of those days where it's so hot and humid and windy, and you just know you're not going to get a darn thing out of this. All this is doing is just sucking more moisture out of whatever's left in the ground. Yes, we are. There's some areas that are a little better off than others, but what we've gotten has been so just random and sporadic. I'd say up and down the valley here, and then north and west, up towards Cavalier, Walhalla, really, really dry. As you get kind of more northeast into Badger, Greenbush, Argyle, even, they've received a little more rain up there. But yeah, it's dry. There was a period there where I think for about 5 days, every afternoon I heard thunder, 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 and all we'd get would be just a little bit of dribble. Yeah, I've been mowing, but it's been just thin. And the only area that's been really worth mowing is this patch of lawn that I water frequently. So we're just kind of keeping an eye on. This is Bismarck Cam, watching this rain move in from the south. It's kind of looking south, maybe a little southeast. You got the Missouri River off on the far right here. It's kind of off your screen a little bit. It's not the heat, it's the humidity. That's the problem. Don't you know that's the problem? .58-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Huff in Morton County. So that's just south of Mandan. Those of you familiar with the area, you've got the Huff Hills. You've got a little bit of skiing area down there, a small little ski hill south of there. But you can see some of these winds blasting northward a little bit. So yeah, be on the watch out for at least some 60-mile-per-hour winds here, the way things are shaking out. Coming into Mandan. Looks like we're just in the far, far western part of Bismarck. Looks like we've maybe got some stronger wind gusts. Not surprising we saw that 58. Look at this little blast of air that kind of ran northward. So we're getting these little outpourings, these little areas that are shooting out away from some of these storms. So we're going to be you could be getting a blast of wind as you get towards St. Anthony, Mandan, and points northward. Looks like we've got severe thunderstorm warning further north. A little bit of rotation too. Southeast McLean, northwest Burley, northeast Morton, eastern Oliver. 14 miles northwest of Mandan, moving north at 25. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. Yeah, just a tiny, maybe just a tiny bit of rotation. Actually, if you want a ZDR arc, man, we kind of got one in there. So that's interesting. So might bear just a little bit of watching for something a little extra out of this. We've got one kind of cell out away from everything else, along or away from the main line at this point. Might have a little bit of rotation associated with it. This is kind of watching these storms move in from the south of Bismarck. I think this is looking back a little more east now as well. Let's see what this other cam looks like. I believe this is looking north. So this might be, it's hard to tell if that's looking at that storm north of Mandan now. Not sure if this is south or north or what direction I'm looking at. Okay, there's the Missouri. What is this? PSC? Oh. Okay, that's Mary. We're looking at Mary. So yeah, I think this is looking at that cell. Gosh, I'm just having a hard time getting my bearings on this. I believe this is the University of Mary Cam, and the University of Mary sits south of Bismarck up on a hill. And so I believe this is looking west-southwest. I believe. Sorry, not the most aesthetic looking thing here, but I'm just trying to see what's going on with this radar. Still not a ton of rotation in with this. In fact, it's maybe even less than it was before. But you definitely got a hailer coming out of this one. Heading towards Washburn and Hensler and Wilton. So that's this guy here. Hensler, Washburn, Wilton. Yeah, at least a 1-inch hail up heading your direction. Probably some gusty winds associated with it. It doesn't look like we've got the rotation in with it anymore, but probably some 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts associated with this storm as well. This is just northwest of Mandan. And then you've got this guy further to the south, west of Missouri, coming up to St. Anthony and Bryan. Some hail associated with these couple of storms, 1-inch hail. Probably some wind gusts associated with it as well. We're starting to see some a little bit brighter greens showing up. So St. Anthony coming up to Mandan, maybe the far western parts of Bismarck could see some gustier winds pushing out away from these storms. Yeah, I really wish it's got to be looking west-southwest. South of Bismarck. Kind of they're into this Missouri River Valley region here. Plenty of lightning out of this sucker. That's the other thing you got to watch out for, folks. Be on the lookout for lightning. Don't want to be caught outside with that. That's one thing I always say. If I'm out storm chasing, I know where a tornado is going to be. I can have a pretty good idea of that. I don't know where lightning is going to strike, and that's always the thing that worries me. Continue severe thunderstorm warning for Grant, Morton, and Sioux. 60 mile per hour winds, 1-inch hail. Continues severe thunderstorm warning for Pierce and Wells. 1-inch hail and under 50 mile per hour wind. So that's the one up by Harvey. So it looks like they've downgraded that one just a smidge. Perhaps even a scotch. Crash, boom, bang. Yeah, just keep a little special eye out on this one. And just guess if we're going to be concerned about any of them, it's probably going to be this one, as far as just maybe having that outside chance of that maybe a brief funnel or a brief touchdown, but doesn't look to be anything just yet enough when we're looking at the rotation. But there's some signs. There's some signs of just a little bit of hooking going on. Maybe not quite enough just yet. We continue to have this one further to the north by Wellsburg. A lot of rain being dumped here. Looks like we did have a 1-inch hail, one northeast of Harvey in Welds County. I think what happened here? If you can hear it, you should fear it. When it roars, go indoors. What other kind of rhymes can we make? If it goes boom bang, go do your thing. Continuous severe thunderstorm warning for Benson County, 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. That's that one northeast of Harvey. That's the Grand Forks version of it. So this is Bismarck. We're watching the storm come in from the south. You can see that cam shaking a little bit. We're starting to see some of those gusty winds push in as the storm moves in. That storm northwest of Mandan looks like it's getting impinged upon by another little cell. So I was talking about just maybe the outside possibility of a little rotation. I think that's now quickly going by the wayside. Oh, man. You know, living vicariously through Bismarck. That's what we're doing. This is the second cell, the second time I've been on live, both times watching these Bismarck cams. Last time they had some large hail go through a nice looking cell. But that's been a while. It's been probably a month ago already. So if you're in that Mandan area, I think is probably kind of the area we're going to be. There's a good little lightning strike. When it roars, go indoors. That's right. Every 5 seconds roughly equals a mile. I was told when I was young it was a mile a second. That obviously was wrong. That information was wrong. Well, they have upgraded this one here. They are now saying, let's see here, golf ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Located 12 miles west of Wilton, 19 miles north of Mandan, moving north at 30. So if you're yeah, there we go. If you're in the Wilton, Washburn, Hensler area, I know there's probably some campgrounds within this region as well. Oh yeah, that's a good size. So there's some 2-inch hail moving northward, north of Mandan on the west side of the Missouri River. This is heading roughly north at about 30 miles per hour. And once again, got maybe just a little bit of rotation going on with this. Yeah, no, it's not completely dead in the water when it comes to that. Not quite the thing I would like to report generally. The cam above me at this point, believe once again is facing south, due south. Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, two cells there. Developing little pinchers. That's a good way of putting it. So we're watching that cell here, north of Mandan, west of the Missouri. Yeah, there are some parks. There's the Smith Grove Wildlife. Cross Ranch. That's a popular. That's a popular state park. And I believe that's up in this area up in here. So if you're in that Cross Ranch area, Cross Ranch State Park, yeah, that's a popular one. That's a popular pet campground. I forgot that one was up there. Excuse me. Painted Woods Fishing Access. Yeah, you're going to be on the lookout for 2-inch hail, golf ball sized hail possible with these storms. East to center, coming up to Washburn, Cross Ranch State Park. Be on the lookout for these storms as they move northward. We've got these storms south of Mandan. Probably some decent wind gusts now about to run into the Bismarck-Mandan area. As we take a look, we've got some higher green showing up in through here. You can see those nice pretty clouds starting to move into Bismarck. We'll flip that back over again. So you might be seeing some stronger winds pushing through here. So we'll kind of keep an eye on this cam now to see what we get for rain and winds as this. We'll probably see at least some 50-mile-per-hour winds. We've got that one north of Harvey, just doesn't want to move, but we're still talking about 1-inch hail and maybe some 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so it has diminished some. Oh, look at that. Look at the dust getting kicked up. You see that? Yep, some gusty winds pouring out of there. Yeah, that's back to the east. Come on, push west again. Go west. Go the other way. Go west. And look at the, I don't know if you can see, but there's some dust getting kicked up in through there. Try to widen that out. So yeah, some gusty winds pushing out ahead of this storm. Look at the you've got some gusts, some dust being kicked up and through here, and it's starting to show up more and more. So this is Bismarck, Mandan area. And that's an association with these stronger winds pushing in from the south. Little surprised they don't have at least something out for that. And then again, we continue to have this area north of Mandan, heading towards that Cross Ranch, Washburn area that's got some large hail and some gusty winds associated with it. So if you know anybody in the Cross Ranch area, camping out there perhaps, might want to let them know. Give them a heads up, show them this YouTube channel so that they can follow along and keep safe and plan ahead. But this is a pretty little area now moving in. Moving into Bismarck here. Again, not severe warned, but we did see some gusts out of this, or some dust getting kicked out ahead of this. So again, this is Bismarck looking south. Camera's starting to shake a little bit along the Missouri River between Bismarck's on your left, Mandan on your right. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Morton and Sioux. It is canceled in Grant County. So that's southwest of Mandan. Gotta go empty the dogs. Hello, Baldy. How are you tonight? Severe thunderstorm warning for Corson and Dewey County, 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. That's valid until 6:15 Mountain Time. So that's that area just south of the South Dakota border, kind of south of this area that's up on the radar here in the upper right. There's more cells down to the south. So we've got another severe thunderstorm warning down there, and I'll show you that here after a bit. Hello, Susan. Welcome. How are things in Spearfish? Rain's starting to move into Bismarck now. Hot and humid. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you clucking. A lot of hot and humidity going around. I sure wish we could get more. What in the heck? Wish we could get more rain out of this humidity. I'm just, as the cam's going here, well, unfortunately now it's stopped. That's great timing. Just scrolling through Twitter here, seeing if there's anything else. Apparently there's an insane jet stream. It's insane. Might have lost the camera. Or something happened. We're not getting updates out of it. Yeah, I'm not seeing much on the old Twitter feed. There we go. Pointed it downward. That don't do me any good. What are they thinking? Don't they know we want to watch? All right, this area that we were watching here, this main area has kind of shifted east of this warned area. So Wilton, Baldwin, watch out. Yeah, in fact, it's crossing the Missouri. So Cross Ranch, you're probably out of it. But Wilton, U.S. Highway 83, this thing is crossing now. And making a beeline now for you up there. Lost Lake National Refuge. What else we got? East Lost Lake Waterfowl Production Area. Yeah, so it looks like this area is kind of taking just a little more of a right turn, starting to line up with basically this frontal boundary, trying to catch up with everything here. So not too surprising, but nevertheless, watch out in that Wilton area. Looking like we're going to be seeing some large hail heading your way, as well as some gusty winds. Further to the south, probably got some strong winds now flowing through Mandan and North Bismarck. And then again, south of that, we got a severe thunderstorm warning. North of Brian, kind of in that St. Anthony area. Although it looks like for the most part, yeah, that's really diminished as far as when we're talking about the hail and that type of activity. So it's more, I think we're more looking at the winds gusting out of this particular storm running through that Bismarck Mandan area. And then further north, probably some hail heading towards Wilton, crossing U.S. Highway 83, kind of in that vicinity as well. And then, of course, further to the north and east, finally moving a little bit away from Harvey, more towards that Esmond area, north of Highway 52. But we probably got roughly about a 1 inch, so quarter size, hail the size of quarters, heading towards Esmond, Maddock, and eventually to Baker and Fillmore. So yeah, they did get rid of this severe thunderstorm warning. They let that expire. Continue to have this one up by Wilton. We've got this one northeast of Harvey. And then we haven't taken a look at Rapid City for a little bit, that radar anyway. And we've got this guy south and west of Mobridge. Actually, we might want to, I don't know, maybe Bismarck's the better one to take a look at on that one. Kind of in the middle of nowhere. Maybe Aberdeen even. How about Aberdeen? Aberdeen any better? A little bit. Not much. Anyway, heading to the Mobridge area, crossing the Missouri, the Lake Oahe. So be on the lookout for some hail, 1 inch hail and some 60 mile per hour winds. as these storms cross up there. What are we looking for, Mary? What are we looking for, University Mary? Yep, look at the rain puddle. Look at the rain puddling on the top of the roof. Lucky. Lucky ducks, they are. Hello, my daughter. I just saw her dorm room. Yeah, keep it there. Keep it there. Right there. Perfect. No, don't move it. Go back. Yep, back. Back. Go back. Is somebody listening to me there? A little more. No, not that way. Who's controlling this camera? So Burley, McLean, Oliver County continues the severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1 3/4 inch hail. Let's see here. Warning has moved out of Morton County, so that's canceled. So no longer in Morton, but in effect for northeastern Morton, but continues in southern Morton. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 7:30 for southeast McLean, northeast Burley, and eastern Oliver. Severe thunderstorm located 12 miles west of Wilton, 19 miles north of Mandan, moving north at 30. Golf ball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This storm will be near Washburn. That was a good lightning strike. At 7:20. Other locations include Sanger, Hensler, Cross Ranch State Park, Price, Falkirk, and Nelson Lake. And I would also include Wilton in on that one. Thanks, Jeff, for sending that video. I don't know if I can just figure out how to save the dumb thing. I don't know. Anyway, I'll have to figure that out after a bit. Continuing just a little bit of rotation going on. That one in Bismarck, coming up to Wilton. A little bit of spin going on still, but nothing significant. The main threat definitely continues to be the hail. Golf ball sized hail possible heading towards Wilton. Where is that at, Jared? I'm getting some text in here. And unfortunately with my phone, never exactly sure how to save this stupid thing. There, this might be it. Because I'm old. And now a dangerous thunderstorm alert. Now look at that. Yeah, there we finally got a severe thunderstorm warning out of this. Bismarck Weather Service issued a severe thunderstorm warning for the west central Burley, northeast Morton, eastern Oliver. Moving northwest at 40, ping pong ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Damaged roof sidings, windows, and vehicles. This severe thunderstorm will be near center at 7:45. Other locations include Double Ditch, Indian Village, Price, Crown Butte Lake, Sanger, Lake Harmon, Nelson Lake, and Cross Ranch State Park once again. So for those of you that were warned earlier, there's another batch coming your way. Nephew said he was a Mandan, mostly about dime-sized hail for a bit. Most of the hail was probably a bit bigger than Pea-side. Still hailing now. So he got some small hail rolling when he was in Mandan. Like I said, I would think the other issue is look at the winds here. I think we're going to be seeing some pretty good wind gusts pour out of this. Is this blast just blasting northward to northwest of Mandan, definitely towards that center area. So yeah, center, Cross Ranch, Harmon. You're going to want to be on the lookout. Nelson Lake. Square Butte Creek Golf Course. I don't know what lake that is, but yeah, there's just a couple of areas there as that storm blasting quickly to the north and west. So if you're within this area here, watch out for Center Hensler, Fort Clark Center, Hanover. We've got some pretty strong winds blasting your direction at this point. They are also saying a ping pong sized hail possible with this. And then we continue to have probably some decent sized hail running through along and north of Wilton, along the US Highway 83, just south of Washburn. Lost Lake National Wildlife Refuge, Merida, along Highway 41 here. Yeah, it looks like it's kind of transitioning a little bit more westerly at this point with this particular cell. Maybe not. Maybe the hail isn't quite as large as it was before, so that's good. It looks like maybe that's diminishing somewhat, so that's a good sign there. But I think really the main thing we need to watch is the probably the strong winds coming out of this particular storm, moving towards that center area. Cross Ranch State Park once again. Watch out for these storms as they move in, and then Nelson Lake. So I believe this is looking now kind of on the south end of Bismarck. This is a camera south end of Bismarck looking west. So you can see the tail end of kind of what's moved through, at least on the south end of Bismarck. So that's roughly about here is where this camera is. Aberdeen expired the severe thunderstorm warning for Corson and Dewey County in South Dakota. So they've let that one go now. So we've just got a couple of them out there at this point. And that's mainly around the Bismarck area. We've got this one pushing northwest of Mandan. We've got this one north of Wilton. And then this area by Esmond north of Harvey. Looks like we got another little cell. Again, back closer to Harvey, where we might have some more hail associated with that. Man, the other thing I keep thinking, they've gotten a lot of rain here. There is there was a report of 1.25 inch hail. Hail lasted for about 20 minutes. Started as P, increased to half-dollar size. Wind gust to 55 miles per hour and heavy rain. So that was 2 east of Selds in Pierce County. And yes, as Nagbot says, please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. That way you can stay informed, and it helps the YouTube algorithm find my channel, and that way more people can find my channel, and we can continue on this lovely adventure together and continue to keep people safe across the Dakotas and Minnesota. And isn't that what we all want? Is just to keep people safe. Continuous severe thunderstorm warning for Burley, McLean, Oliver. 60 mile per hour winds, 1.75 inch hail. So that hail by Wilton, yeah, that's improved. So that's good. I think that particular cell north of Bismarck, north of Wilton. Not looking quite as nasty as it was before. This one coming up to Cross Ranch State Park, Wilton Center, Nelson Lake. We've got some strong winds heading your direction. Maybe some hail, larger hail associated with that as well. But probably some 70 mile per hour wind gusts at the very least heading your way. And I tell you, this just not taking off. Too hot, too humid, not enough upper level support going on with this. We do have a couple severe thunderstorm watches out, but all in all, this is, we had that high Cape values over Bismarck. You remember me showing you that earlier. And ultimately, that's really where a lot of this stuff has set up. Take a look, see what the new models are saying. I haven't really taken a peek at that recently. Yeah, and boy, tell you what, guys. What the latest models are showing, keep an eye on this stuff around Bismarck, Harvey. I mean, there might be a few isolated cells here and there, but just too warm down at the surface. Just too warm. Oh. We're not able to quite make that get warm enough to break through and really get these storms going. There's not much of a cap, but there's apparently enough. And unfortunately, as the temperatures cool off going into the evening, those chances are going to diminish of seeing any type of thunderstorms. So then the next hope is going to become or the next thing to watch eventually is going to be these storms coming out of Wyoming later tonight. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I appreciate it. Thank for all the likes and the new subscribers. Welcome. Appreciate those that have donated a little chat revenue. That helps. Kind of talked about that a little bit with, or just, we were talking about apps and stuff like that. And Scott was saying, yeah, you subscribes to a bunch of different things. And yeah, it's not cheap, is it? By the time you're done trying to subscribe to all the apps and all the weather things that you need to keep things running. So I appreciate the help there. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Center, Harmon, and Hanover. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Population 8,000. 2 schools, no hospitals. Severe thunderstorm continues for Washburn, Falkirk, and Hensler until 7:30. This is courtesy of the Funky Girl once again. You should probably follow her. 24 kilometers off of Rolla, North Dakota. That's up north. Let's see if I can get this video to post. And if you do have a video out there, and along with the Weather Service, don't be afraid to tag me at RegionWX. That's my Twitter handle. And we can definitely show it on the live stream here. There you go. That's up on the chat there. But if you got a video, a picture, I prefer a video. But if you got pictures as well, make sure, just tag me on it if you got the Twitter. Facebook is just Region Weather Live, at Region Weather Live. You can also post any pictures or videos you have on there. I prefer it that way rather than texting because it's just a little more difficult. That is a nice picture, isn't it? That was a nice picture. Let's see. Hope everybody's doing well otherwise tonight. Just keeping you safe across North Dakota. A little bit into South Dakota as well. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Wakpala, South Dakota now. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So this is the main thing that I'm kind of watching. Cross Ranch State Park, Wilton, Center, Washburn, Nelson Lake. Be on the lookout for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some hail associated with that. This one up near Wilton, of course, has been let to expire. We continue to have this one north of Harvey. Everything in North Dakota here, where we are continuing to look at moving north of 25, 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. And a whole lot of rain. And then down to the south, north of Mobridge, Wakpala, west of Wakpala, 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail with this little cell now moving north as well. So 3 areas at this point. Everything, one south of the border here into South Dakota, one north of Bismarck, one northeast of Harvey. You can see those storms pretty much move through Bismarck at this point, so not much going on there anymore. We do have a couple of severe thunderstorm watches out until 11 o'clock Central Time across central South Dakota, North Dakota, essentially. Just with the potential for some of these storms firing up. Although, as the evening goes along, it's looking at least looking better as far as the maybe not getting nailed as hard with some of the widespread hail and winds. Through thunderstorm. So they are saying, yep, there's 70 mile per hour winds. Kind of thought that should be the case. 70 mile per hour winds. Quarter-sized hail has been upgraded here, north and west of Mandan. Locations include part of Mandan, North Mandan, Center, Double Ditch, Indian Village, Price, Sanger Lake, Harmon, Nelson Lake, and Cross Ranch State Park. So 1 inch hail, 70 mile per hour winds, rolling up. What is that? 1801. Is that what that is? 1806. 1806 on the west side of the river. Coming up. Yeah, coming up to that Cross Ranch at this point. I believe the Cross Ranch is right in through here. So those strong winds heading your way. Center, Fort Clark, Washburn, Hensler. I think the state part, yeah, it looks like it's right in through here. And so here's some of those stronger winds. So again, if you know anybody around that area camping, if you know anybody outside, just let them know there's some strong winds coming their direction. They're going to want to kind of batten down the hatches a little bit before this storm rolls through. More of the hail associated with it kind of across the river now, northwest of Baldwin, south of Wilton. So that's kind of the area that's the most concerning as far as when we're talking about the potential for hail. But because of this area out here pushing out the winds, we're seeing this gusts pushed to the northwest. Now, we'll see what happens as this hail core seems to be kind of moving this way. We'll see if perhaps this might shift a little bit more east as we go through time here. So we'll watch to see how this area, this gusting out area, these stronger winds, and how exactly they move as this area of higher reflectivity, the stronger updraft essentially shifts a little bit further east. Here's from one of my nephews as the storm kind of rolled through Mandan earlier. That's not one. Short little 6-second video. This is courtesy of Northern Plains Chasers. Give them a follow. This is south of Wilton. About 4 minutes ago. So that's that area we've been watching. Yeah. Looks like a nice shelf cloud pulling out of there. some gusty winds pushing through there. So thank you for that. Go follow them. I retweeted them. Ooh, Brad Boyd's ND Brad. That's a cool one. That's a nice picture. Good name too, by the way, Brad. Brad Boyd. Gotcha. And a Sioux fan. Oops, didn't quite grasp it there. Shane HPNS near Wilton at around 7:15. So that Wilton storm a little photogenic. Not surprising. Not surprising that thing's just a little photogenic. This was a storm. This was up by that Harvey area, and the storms had just been lingering up there. Looks like a little lowering tried to take place. Don't talk about food. I'm so stinking hungry right now. Latest, well, good luck with that. Somebody posted latest violent tornado parameter very high and along North Dakota-Manitoba border. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. Not too concerned about the violent tornado parameter. Yeah, it's trying to take a little bit of a right turn. Thankfully, that strongest winds have diminished some, so that's good. It's not blasting as true northwest as it was before. Wilton once again probably seeing some hail run through you. Where we're looking at about 1 inch in diameter, so about the size of a quarter. Also running through Cross Ranch, up through Hensler, Washburn, and those wind gusts running through you right now as well. Oh, where is it? Done. Kind of a neat. This is Mercer County, north of Mandan, about 10 minutes ago. Courtesy of Endon Sites. I would too. So my daughter works at one of the DQs in town. Just started fairly recently. Came back with 2 pints of ice cream. So very much looking forward to that. One of the hottest days of the year, and for some reason we decided, we're going to make lasagna. So that's been baking and is done as I'm smelling it. But after we're done with the hot lasagna, at least my daughter now brought home some ice cream. So I've got that going for me, at least. 70 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail. Yep. 743, southeast McLean County, northwest Burley, northeast Oliver. Located 7 miles northwest of Wilton, or 25 miles north of Mandan. Moving north at 40, 70 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail, or the hail the size of quarters. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. This will be near Washburn at 7:55, Underwood 8:10, Turtle Lake at 8:15. Other locations include Sanger, Hensler, Cross Ranch State Park, Falkirk, and Fort Stevenson State Park. So they're continuing on with this severe thunderstorm warning as it continues to move north. They're saying about 40 miles per hour now. Yeah, still definitely some decent wind gusts in through there. So hopefully you guys in that Washburn, Hensler, Wilton area has kind of battened down your hatches already. It's now heading towards Falkirk, Underwood, Turtle Lake, Mercer, Cole Harbor. Yeah, so we're talking Washburn, Fort Mandan, State Historic Site, Falkirk Mines, Blue Flint Ethanol Plant, Underwood, the Coal Lake Fishing Area access, all those areas. Now just be on the watch. I think the main... We're looking at 1 inch hail, but we're also concerned about the winds gusting out of this as it blasts northward. So 70 mile per hour winds still look possible with this storm. Yeah, look at that. In fact, might, oh boy. The last scan, this one here, man. That might even have might even have 75 mile per hour, maybe 80 in there. So watch out, Washburn, Hensler. You've got some strong winds heading your way. So if you know anybody in Washburn, Hensler, it's obviously it's crossed the state park already. The Cross Ranch one, Turtle Lake, Fort Stevenson State Park. You guys are all in the path of this storm. In particular, I'm looking at you, Washburn, as this heads your way. This is it's probably going to have some pretty strong winds with this. This is a Washburn. This is a North Dakota DOT cam near Washburn. Can't really see that. You can kind of make out that leading edge right there. So this is obviously looking south, but otherwise kind of hard to find on that. Yeah, that's got some blast to it. Snow blast. What are we calling this? Sand blast now. Now that it's now winter, it's got some sand blast to it. Some rain blast. Some downburst to it. I'm looking for some speeders. Some speeders to do what? What am I looking for, speeders? To measure the wind? Is that what we're doing? Keep up with the wind. If you're doing 80, let me know if you're... No, don't do that. A wet blast. Okay. Sure, we'll go with that. Yeah. I'm just trying to see if I can find any cool pictures or anything to show. If you outrun the storm, you're going too fast. Yep. So they let that one up by north of Harvey, Esmond area expire. So no longer have that, but there is a special weather statement out for that. 3/4 inch hail, 40 mile per hour wind. They did re-up this one. North of Wapaka, Kennel, west of Pollock, west of the Missouri River, just south of the North Dakota border. 9 miles east of McLaughlin, moving north at 35, 60 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. Remain mainly over rural areas of northeast Corson and northwest Campbell counties. Washburn about to get nailed here. We've got another little storm north of Selfridge in Sioux County. Maybe, not much. Doesn't look like much more, and probably some heavy rains. So we'll continue to kind of watch this one north of Mandan, Bismarck, heading to Washburn. Some pretty strong winds heading your way. And I think after that, after we kind of let that settle down a little bit, I'm probably going to step away for a bit. If I haven't said so in a while, welcome to Region Weather Live, your YouTube online source for weather across the Dakotas and Minnesota. We're just keeping an eye on these severe storms running through North Dakota, South Dakota here this evening. Somewhat out of practice, just because we haven't really had a whole lot this year. But hey, I think it gone pretty smoothly. We've watched a nice little storm run through Bismarck, now heading on its way into Washburn. Hopefully we've helped some people along the way, keeping people safe. That's what the name of the game is all about. If you haven't done so already, make sure you subscribe, hit the like button, and just please like me. Just please like me. I just want to be liked. Tell me I'm doing a good job. Or don't. I don't know. Or just tell me to screw off. One of the two. Go to hell. How about that? You suck. So yeah, anyway, Washburn, Hensler. Hope you're watching now. You've got some strong, strong winds heading your way. Oh, how about that one? This is going back to that Washburn cam. Looking mighty dark. Looking mighty dark. Coming into Washburn there. I wish that camera tilted up just a bit. That would help. There's that view we saw a little bit earlier, so you can see that shelf cloud now a little further north. Looking pretty dark down to the south though along Highway 83. This is Washburn. And this is Cole Harbor. So further north. A little harder to see there. So it'll be interesting. We'll keep an eye on that that Washburn cam and see how things develop there. I wish it was. Sure wish they were videos. Sure wish they were live cams instead of just pictures. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. So Washburn getting nailed now. See if I can't get a reading of some kind. No, why can't I click on it? I want to click on it. It won't let me click on it. Yes, we do. We need some RWL cams. All we have is Garrison up there. So we won't know until Garrison unless we get somebody measuring. "70-mile-per-hour winds. This storm will contain gusts of 70 miles per hour. Population 5,000, heading towards Washburn, Falkirk, Underwood, Cole Harbor, Turtle Lake." Yeah. Special weather statement for Bottineau County. 50-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail. This is up in far north central part of North Dakota. Ooh, that's really cool. I like it. Michael Martz, 19 minutes ago. Time lapse of explosive convection near Bismarck. We've got got that tilt to it. Maybe little bit of rotation, but not much. Generally, everything's pretty up and off. helping tilt those storms a little bit, keeping those updrafts going a little bit longer. That is really cool. I love time lapses. Those are so mesmerizing. Very, very mesmerizing. Very beautiful. Very, very beautiful, huh? Waiting for an update on the DOT cam. You click, you buy. You click, you buy. What's these? You break it, you buy it. You click it, you got it. Washburn. Falkirk, Underwood. You guys are kind of the main culprit. You're going to be watching out for these 70 mile per hour wind gusts running through you now. Good news is, it looks like the hail isn't quite there. Looks like the updraft, maybe not, a little more unorganized, not quite what it used to be. But we still got the winds with it. Some 60, 70 mile per hour winds. Running up through Falkirk, Underwood, Turtle Lake, Riverdale. But diffusing out a little bit, I'll say that. And not quite as concentrated, but we'll still be looking for winds through McLean County, Mercer County, northern Oliver County. So Turtle Lake, Underwood, Riverdale, Lake Nelson. Or not Lake Nelson. What was the other one? What was the other place? Fort Stevenson. That's what it was. Fort Stevenson State Park. Coming up to the Garrison Dam. It's called the Garrison Dam, but it's between Riverdale and Pick City. Riddle me that. Maybe just because those weren't there before. I don't know. Not real sure. But it's called the Garrison Dam. Isn't that redundant? A garrison and a dam? The Garrison Dam? Isn't that the same thing? Isn't a garrison a dam? Kinda? Sorta? That one down in South Dakota allowed to expire. We're down to just this one. And by gummit, we'll see what happens there. Maybe I'll be able to eat here after a bit because I am starving. Couple of special weather statements. Again, that one north of Harvey. 40 mile per hour winds, 3/4 inch hail. And the one way, way up north, I'll just pop that one over. Up here, north of Botno, we're looking at 3/4 inch hail, 50 mile per hour winds with that one as well. So nearing that 1 inch mark, I think. Actually could be there. So we're pretty close to that severe weather range of that 1 inch hail, that hail the size of quarters. So this is just north of Botno, eventually making it into Manitoba. Plenty of rain down by Keefe and Butte and Drake, Balfour. Some stronger stuff east of Balta, Fillmore. Maybe a half inch, 3/4 inch hail over there. And then the one severe warned storm here. Flip it back over to Bismarck. Falkirk, Underwood, Turtle Lake, Mercer. You guys are all just watching out. For the winds now, it doesn't look like the hail is much the problem anymore. Just maybe some gusty winds associated with it. Glad you found me, Nadine. Spread the word. Make sure you spread the word. Let's keep this channel growing. I think there was a fort nearby. I think you're right. There were several. It's the kind of a popular place back in the as the settlers came in and stuff. So yeah, there was a fort nearby. Probably several of them. So we've continued to have these couple of severe thunderstorm watches here, both valid until 11 p.m. Central Time. 70 mile per hour wind gusts, hail, max hail to 2 inches, stretching all the way down to Nebraska. We've got one cell in far northwestern parts of Nebraska, southwest of Chadron. So possibly that could just make it into the far southwestern parts of South Dakota eventually. Let's see how that's moving. Yeah, so that'll eventually move into southwest South Dakota. They're saying max hail size of 1.5 inches with that and gusts to 50 miles per hour. So, we've got these off-the-cuff areas that are away from the main line, away from that cold front out here. And then we also have these areas out into Wyoming that's eventually expected to move into South Dakota as well. And that's why we've got the slight risk kind of in through here. Maybe should be pulled a little further south, but because they're looking at the possibility of these storms moving through later tonight out of Wyoming. They do, yes. The Army Corps did build and are maintaining it. You are correct. I do know that. Not getting any new photos out of that Washburn DOT cam. That's unfortunate. 1-inch hail report of all things. Pea-sized, then quarter-sized hail lasted about 10 minutes from 7:45 to 7:55. So they didn't mention anything about the winds, but they said they got the hail. Who else covers North Dakota? I don't know. I don't know who else does. Are you looking for something in particular, Jen? Got a question? Need something answered? I don't know of anybody else that covers North Dakota. I really don't. I live in Grand Forks. Grew up southeast of Bismarck. Worked in Minneapolis for a number of years. So, yeah, I grew up, worked, lived around this region. So worked for a company for a while that did road weather forecasts that included South Dakota. In fact, if you see the 511, if you see, on your phone, if you see 511.org, or you see on your phone dial 511 for your weather information, I worked for the professor, so it was one of my professors up in UND, up in Grand Forks, started that business that essentially developed the 511 network, came up with that concept that is now used across the nation. So, oh, they did issue the one up in Botno, huh? Yeah. What are they saying? 1 inch, $half, 1.5 inch, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, that does look like that ramped up. We're just before it crossed into Manitoba. Moving north at about 30 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm will remain mainly rural areas, northeast Botno County, including Pelican Point Recreation Area, Carberry, Lake Metagoshi State Park, and Homan State Park. Yeah, so we've, just north of Botno, coming up to, we've got plenty of parks up in that region. Kind of in that western area, western edge of what is known as the Turtle Mountains up and through here. And for some reason, I think the Peace Gardens are further east. I think that's the Peace Gardens. So it's going to miss the Peace Gardens. But it is mainly in open areas, but there are a few parks around there. So right before this thing is exiting out into Manitoba, we've got the severe thunderstorm warning issued for northeastern Botno County, moving north at 30. Nice clouds showing up on the Minot cam. Still some wind gusts moving into Underwood through Falkirk. Maybe some small hail associated with it still. Report of hail 1 inch. That's about all I got. That's about all I got. I can't give out any more to Captain. Helps know road names and mile markers too. Where did you see that report? I guess I'm not, I don't see the 3-inch hail report in radar. Oh, radar Omega. Yeah, I could probably use radar Omega a little bit. We'll we'll test that after a bit and test the computer's abilities. Well, this is now the Washburn cam. Pretty much after the worst of it has gone by. So, unfortunately, not much to see. Take a look at the Cole Harbor one. No. Not much to see there. That's a little lagging behind there. Still some wind gusts associated with this, but it looks like it's getting a little bit better. Looks like things are improving. We've got another cell in Nebraska. Could enter near Rosebud. 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail. Yeah, fire! Fire! We want fire! I just want some rain. Not just a flamethrower. I want rain. Let's see, how long is this out? Until 8:30. 13 more minutes. I'm going to hang on. Oh, the good old flamethrower. I kind of want to know, Jen, are you still there? I don't know if Jen's still watching or online. I just kind of want to know why is she asking who else covers North Dakota? The answer is nobody. Nobody covers North Dakota because nobody cares about North Dakota quite like I do. So that's the answer. I also cover Minnesota, but Minnesota doesn't want to have any interesting weather to cover. I'm not as young as a few of those other YouTubers out there. Not as maybe good looking. But I've been around. I know my thing. I know a few things. Well, gosh, guys. Little more quieter. than I was, I guess, expecting a little bit. I thought maybe we'd have a little more going on. We've got some hail north of Drake along Highway 52 between Animus and Balfour up to Guthrie. So 3/4 inch hail, so not quite an inch, but I think we're getting awfully close. So 3/4 to maybe an inch in diameter hail with this storm. Probably some gusts of 50 miles per hour associated with it as well. That guy's kind of moving towards Balta, Oren. Moving closer to eventually, kind of heading towards Rugby, Berwick, up to Highway 2 there. Yeah, I thought with that cape, man, we'd get a line of explosive storms, but it just goes to show sometimes that's just too far away from the good mid-level winds. And not enough low-level winds. Actually, we had, while it was a little breezy, outside felt a little more like a blast furnace, but really when you take a look at some of the winds, just even off the surface, they just weren't strong enough. So, we saw that time lapse a little bit ago, and everything just tilted. So all the winds that, while they weren't great winds, the better winds were aloft. So it did help tilt the storm. But it never rotated it, hardly at all. I always wonder if my tweets and my replies get seen out there. There was another young guy out there that complained about somebody, a more famous YouTuber, and he was right. I agreed with him. Yeah, but there's always drama. There's always drama in weather, in the weather community, it seems. There we go. Now it's warned. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, we're on it. Not a Bismarck Weather Service. Ping pong ball sized hail. Moving north at 25. They don't really mention any winds. They just mention the hail. Severe thunderstorm will be near Towner at 9:15. Other locations by this include Oren and George Lake. So 1.5 inch hail. Yeah, that blew up a little bit. Oren, eventually moving to Berwick, Towner, west of Balta. So north of US Highway 52. So everything kind of shifting more now into that Minot range. Kind of back off here, and about another 7 minutes until this one expires. We'll see what they wind up doing with that. Not a lot of hail associated with that anymore. Not much for wind. I think they'll probably let that one go. And then we've got this one up here that ultimately looks like it's moved into Canada, at least the worst part of it. We also got a decent one now south of Newburgh. So northeast of Minot. Probably's got some hail associated with that. So in between Russell and Kramer, east of Newburgh, heading up to Landa. Be on the lookout for this particular storm. It looks like it's probably got some hail. Maybe it's probably very likely some gusty winds associated with it as well. So everything kind of shifting now to the north. In fact, if we take a look at the latest convective model, pretty much what it does. It's got that one up by Botno, a couple of these other cells in between, and pretty much just rides those storms northward. You know, I don't know, maybe we'll get an isolated one out there. What it doesn't have is these storms down in Nebraska, unfortunately, that are very likely going to be moving into the far southern parts of South Dakota. And then also just watching the possibility of some storms late tonight after midnight, probably close to midnight or after midnight, moving into the west. Yeah, we're just on. I mean, here's kind of where that better shear ultimately is. Here's kind of where we've seen most of the storms, the heavier storms. So front has kind of lied in through here. And so as we kind of approach the better winds closer to the frontal boundary, this is where we've seen the better activity tonight. Then we kind of reload a little bit for tomorrow. Just depends on where exactly some of this is going to wind up. Seems to be more indications going along the lines of maybe northeast North Dakota, northwest Minnesota for maybe some hail and some winds. And then the more likely scenario, or the better scenario, is going to be, again, storms coming out of Wyoming and Montana late and moving into western South Dakota. But it looks like Red River Valley, we'll kind of keep an eye on that for tomorrow. And then western South Dakota late tomorrow night as well. So yeah, they issued a severe thunderstorm warning now with that other area. As Scott put up there. Golf ball size hail, 60 mile per hour winds. So yeah, we were watching that just a little bit ago. Kramer, Russell, in between Kramer, Russell, moving to the northeast. About 25 miles per hour. Locations impacted include Upham, Newburgh, Souris, Russell, Kramer, Carberry, Roth, and Lake Metagoshi State Park. Lake Metagoshi. 1 3/4 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds. Then this other area northeast of Drake, north of Animus, north of Highway 52, coming up to Orrin, Balta. And eventually up to Towner and Berwick. Is where we're keeping an eye on at this point. We've got 2 more minutes. We'll see if they extend this one down to the south. I don't believe they will. I'd be surprised if they do. And then we'd just essentially be left with a couple of severe storms further to the north. Yeah, we've got this bugger closer to Mobridge. Again, 3/4 inch hail roughly, 55 mile per hour winds heading towards Mobridge at this point. Moving north at about 20. And then the cell trying to make it into South Dakota, south of Rosebud. We've had this one Hasn't really moved a whole lot, but we had a severe thunderstorm warning trying to move north at about 14 miles per hour. Real slow mover. And then, like I said, we're watching these couple of storms. Eventually, we'll move into South Dakota later tonight. This is the Drake storm by Animus, north of Animus. Here you can see up by Rugby Highway 2. Kind of see the cloud off in the distance there. Not real clear. There's a Minot. Looking at some of those storms out there. Who's letting the dogs out? Yep, and they let that one down north of Bismarck, Mandan, near Underwood, Garrison, Expire. As expected. All right, everybody. Well, what do you think? What's everybody thinking? This one's diminished a little bit now, not quite as robust as it was a little bit ago, but we still got some hail up near Orrin. Yeah, a little bit of rotation going on, but north of Balta. But little bit of rotation, but man, probably more of an incidental type of thing, type of scenario, just how things kind of wind up. So Orrin, just be on the lookout for some hail heading in your direction, and then Kramer up to Souris and Botno, Look for some golf ball sized hail possible. So 2-inch hail possible running up north of Minot, Kramer, west of Bottineau up to Souris. So this is central Bottineau County, northwest McHenry County. Moving northeast at 25. Okay, guys, I think I'm going to step away for a bit. I'm starving, and there's just a couple of areas in northern North Dakota at this point. So I think I can kind of move it over to more of an automated mode for a bit. Anybody's got any questions, please feel free to put them up on the chat. Hit the like and subscribe button. Don't make Nagbot come and get you. Or the Nightbot, Nagbot will come bother you and say, please like and subscribe. Might have some gusty winds heading towards Balta, though. Yeah. Probably some gusty winds heading there, Balta Rugby-ish area. So that's something to watch out for, as well as, there is some hail still associated with it. Not quite as much as before, but definitely got some gusty outflow winds heading towards Balta, Fillmore, Rugby, up to Highway 2, between Towner, Rugby, York. Be on the lookout for some stronger winds. Nope. Yeah, definitely some stronger winds running through there, so something to watch out for. I have rain envy. Yeah, look at that. Multiple down tree branches reported on social media. 7 northeast of Animus in McHenry, North Dakota. So, yeah, looked like we had some strong winds run through there. Sorry, I said I was going to leave, but now I'm just kind of looking at stuff. Twitter, Central Dakota Severe Weather, Central DAC SWXC, Josh Fry, at 8:22 near Almer, North Dakota, northeast of Animus. So that's what those storms look like. Go ahead and give him a follow on the old Twitter machine. Nice picture. Nice picture. Yeah, that's all I've got. That's all I see. Let's see if we can find the Bismarck National Weather Service. See if they've gotten tagged on anything. Yeah, I can't find anything. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Newburgh, North Dakota, Souris, North Dakota, and Kramer. The storm will contain golf ball-sized hail. So that's they're continuing to talk about this one up and through here. Probably looking at some strong winds heading towards Rugby, Berwick, north of Balta. Some just a nice line here showing up. Yeah. So you're going to see a quick wind shift associated with this heading towards Rugby. Oh, Aberdeen, what did you do now? Oh, you warned that one, did you? Coming up to Mobridge. Yeah, looks like that storm ramped up a little bit now again. Severe thunderstorm located near Promise or 20 miles southwest of Mobridge. Moving north at 20, hazard 60 mile per hour winds, quarter-sized hail. This severe thunderstorm will be near Promise around 7:50. It promises to be there at that time. Heading towards Mobridge, Promise, but we've got some hail, 1-inch hail in with this, just east of Whitehorse. So that thing ramped up a little bit. Actually, a little bit of just a smidge of rotation going on with that as well. Not much, but just a little. So that's going to help maintain that storm. Let's see at Mobridge. Will it head towards Ashley? What do I look like to you, Laurie? No, I think that's going to stay west. That's going to stay west of Ashley. Do you want it? Yeah, I saw that, Scott. Some of those storms now out in Wyoming have turned. They have turned. They have crossed. They have become the Walking Dead. No, basically this will probably stay along or just west of the Missouri River. So you're looking at some hail associated with these storms. At least you're getting some rain out of it, but Bismarck radar, not much showing up at the moment. Minot. Yeah, that storm blasting north now in through Rugby. Probably seeing some pretty stiff winds.